Right? It's just like just put them in front of the TV. That's just
New highs in bonds.
New highs?
Oh yeah,
In the
bonds is a
30-year.
long trade. Bonds is a long trade for like another 3 months or more.
Falling off huge. Maybe not 10.
So like that's gonna sit out and play over time. So it's like I don't have anything to do while that's going.
Amazon's falling off. Amazon's falling off pretty big.
SPX needs to go above 40 and hold and retest 40 in my eyes.
Hello.
It should eventually happen. I think there's just someone sold calls there. Probably gonna burn it.
So Timmy, did you see anything on your little Jex thingy yesterday before the sell off?
Yeah, and hey, I went half an hour before the drop. I went watching soccer with my mates.
Bro, you have
Yes.
this tool and then you don't even use it
Oh,
for the moment that it counts.
So wait, what did we have? We had bad structure below us, so that was an indication we would at least revisit the lows. And GEX on the QQQ and IWM actually had some pretty substantial gamma crush, but SPY was just pressuring along. And since Monday, SPY has been the price action giver in my eyes, because SPX was kind of balanced in options wise, but SPY was just let's go for another high every day basically.
Yeah.
So you could have bought every major dip. I got some points out of the whole week, not much.
How did you know SPY was going to go up like that? What did you see on the chart?
They wanted from 70 to 76. They basically pushed lots of volume in major expiration and zero expiration every single day. And it was skewed like volume wise 20 to 1, 30 to 1 at one point.
So 70 to 76. That was the low of the week, pretty much. Well, it was the low before the drop. It was the low before the huge up move. So 70 to 76, you're saying you saw a lot of volume on the option chain.
You couldn't, I think I posted some pictures. Cap flow. Yeah.
Oh, the QQQ and the IVM.
No, way above.
Oh, okay.
You'll find SPX was a SPY, and SPY was skewed heavily.
Is this the gamma exposure or something else?
Mm-hmm.
So gamma is the
Look at the 14th, for example.
40s.
14th of December. Can I actually? Yeah, that should be possible. I don't know. Ah, fuck.
Can you tag it? Like
Yeah.
you can reply to it and quote it or whatever? Okay, let's see.
Basically looked like that every day from Monday on out.
This is a gamma chart. And it's saying there's a lot of gamma to the upside because it's green.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that shows you that people are betting on a change in delta to the upside.
You can that's the simplest form of looking at it, and yeah.
Okay. So gamma means
Mostly
gamma on
works.
buy side means go up. Okay, got it. I learned. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah. And do you see the 40 strike, Piotr? I think if we want to get to 50, we need 40. Otherwise, 40 is the cap. By the way, I saw that you had some coding questions regarding that, right? What did you try to do there? Oh, so you look at the flows per 1% move. Ah, I see.
Oh, motherfucker.
I thought you wouldn't trade.
Yeah, I lied.
Yeah.
I lied, and I took some profit. Fuck. And I probably shut that off. Stupid. Oops. Don't listen. Don't listen. I do bad things. Do what I say. Don't do what I do.
Well, $500 million.
Look at the guy's ponytail. Okay, go ahead, Timmy.
No, all good.
I was just fucking fat cat put on a meme there at the bottom, or what is it? Yeah, meme. Son of a bitch. Hamster. God damn it. Look at that. Good bottom, buddy.
I don't
catching those now. Better anyway. What did I end up with? Oh, look at that. That's good. Chipping away. You gotta keep chipping away at this fucking shit. You can't swing for the moment you try and swing for the fences, you get put down to the minor leagues. How's that? Cool. That was worth it, right?
The money. Will you be trading during the holidays, Zero?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Will you be on during the holidays?
I think.
Next week, basically.
Yeah, I think I will be trading on the 27th, 28th, probably not 29th. Well, I'll be on 28, 27, 28, 29. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of opportunities. Like I said, you can basically shut down after tomorrow to the rest of the year. You know, you're really not going to get much. And I don't know if you guys have been tracking my trades, but, you know, like even today, everything is short term. As we talked about yesterday with numbers, I mean, my trade in and out was fucking I'm still in it right now, but my first take profit was within. Let me check. Today, entered Russell at 8:12:55 seconds. Got out at. Oh, I got basically it was 18 minutes. So that's how fast I got out of my Russell trade in 18 minutes and 56 seconds. So, having said that, I'm not looking to like hold shit forever. I'm still along the Russell and the Dow, but I've risk mitigated and basically probably will even take it off soon. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of trades. If you want to be a hamster, you better be careful.
Fast. Nimble hamster.
Even then, you got to be very, very careful. It's not really a place where you want to, fuck around with, in my opinion.
Yeah, fuck around and find out. 100 ticks. Wrong.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say just be careful.
These are good bottom wicks on the NQ.
Yeah, I don't know how many people were paying attention yesterday, but like I said, it's just a buying risk on situation. Any dips, you buy it. We're talking about Wednesdays, how if it drops, you're just buying it. You're just buying shit. That's it until the end of the year, basically. That doesn't mean that you can just get in anywhere and everywhere, but you basically
have
do
enough
that.
risk, you can.
Yes.
But clearly that's what the issue for everybody.
We here at FX don't really use stop loss. Oh, okay, sorry.
You gotta have Putin balls to fucking play this one.
So IWM is looking for 200 0 on the GEX. And,
IWM?
200 again, eh? Yeah.
yeah, IWM.
Oh, the Russell.
Yeah.
For 200, not surprised. Let me see.
But 200 should get sticky.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll be right back, guys. Wife's calling.
Yeah, Timmy, I would balance that off with a 473.50 on the Spider. And I gotta find a better Dow Jones product that shows me overnight data. But NQ has already done what it needed to do that, what you're suggesting. NQ has already completed that. Or sorry, triple Q has already completed that. It's issued. And look, it's just gonna look at it tapering out. So look at NQ as it's compressing down, and ES is actually compressing up. Same with Dow. But Dow is actually rolling a top if you kind of more so. God damn it. Crude took off like I expected and then chased the dragon on dollar index, or sorry, Canadian dollar. Actually worked. Oh, I think it's time for a meme. Gotta love Lucy. She won't let you down. Hurry up, long. Oh wait, shit, short. No, wait, long. Hamster.
If you can't decide on long or short, you can always do a delta neutral option strategy. And I recommend those, you know. Don't ever stay a single second outside of the market, man. Make sure you're trading every single market move.
Exactly.
be
Iron
3 a.m.
butterflies all the way.
Exactly, bro. If you don't know long or short, if you keep getting stopped out, just don't give up. Don't reassess. Don't use emotional intelligence. Just fucking keep trading. You know, 99% of traders quit right before they win it big.
The problem
Yep,
is
bet
the
more.
put size is undervalued right now. I believe retro, right? So it doesn't make sense right now.
Timmy, I want you to say kaputs.
Kaput.
By the way, guys, I'm not serious. Don't overtrade. Like,
You
seriously.
do know though that that's Yiddish, right?
Kaputs? Really? What does it mean?
Kaputs?
Kaput is it's broken. It's damaged.
It's just funny when Germans say it.
Isn't it also
Well,
Italian?
it's German. It's German Yiddish. Kaput.
Really?
Isn't it
German
also
Yiddish,
Italian?
wow.
Because they'll say like capuche. Or am I mistaken?
Capucci?
Are you saying
Capuche, I swear I
Capaccio?
heard that.
I know of Carpaccio, but I don't know of Capucci.
I know.
Maybe it's an older Italian dialect, or maybe I'm just completely fucking wrong on this one.
Well, it could very well be the case, right? If you go like to North Italia, it's basically
Yeah.
Germany. Oops.
More of an Arab than an Italian, anyway.
Don't you hate it when people say Arab?
Man. You're
Arab.
supposed to say it like Arab, but nobody can
Arab.
pronounce
Yeah.
that. Arab.
But I hear people say Arab, and I'm like, where did you learn that pronunciation?
I'd assume New Yorkers say it like that. Y'all guys
Arab?
think interestingly.
No.
Aren't you
Nobody says
living in New York, Retro?
yes, but nobody says Arab.
Arab. So how come you're not working for SMB Capital if you're living in New York and you're a trader? I'm just asking, you know.
Why would I work for them when I could work for, one of the bigger banks?
Oh, really?
Why would I work for SMB? Why would I work for SMB Capital when there's a slew of better institutions?
Yeah. No,
Yes,
really.
Specs.
That's a great, yeah, Specs.
Well, are you
She's
working for a better
credible.
institution? I'm
She
asking.
actually has credibility. Like, why would she work for?
Like I actually.
Wasn't there a discussion not so long ago about Jamie Dimon and how attractive
Oh
he is?
yes. And now what?
Don't
What?
don't get me going.
Oh, you missed it, Specs. My crush.
Bro, I can't look at beautiful women and trade the market. It's too much stimulus.
Beautiful women.
Where did that come from?
Yeah. What are you talking
That
about?
just came out of nowhere.
Oh, I thought that was a person. Anyway, my mistake.
Yeah,
See that? This is
That's
this
Oh,
what-
no,
this
no.
is
Yeah,
this
he's
is
a
what
beautiful woman. No, I
Money.
can't. This is too much. I can't focus on charts, guys. Like it's
he's a hottie, right? You agree?
He is a hottie.
Okay. Thank you, Specs.
Yeah, we got the approval.
Look at that quizzical look on his face. Like it's just
Oh. He could. What does he do again?
He's giving.
What?
Something to do with finance.
What?
It's got something to do with finance. Yeah, I can't remember.
Okay.
I think it works for SMB Capital.
Oh, he works for SMB Capital. Okay. He's legit. He's legit. I have full credibility in him. I'm gonna buy his course right now.
He's a quiet quitter. That's a big quiet. Quiet quitter. Oh man, that's priceless. Oh, the quiet quitter.
Yeah, SPX 40 is a wall until we break and hold it. Don't long.
Oh, the quiet quitter. It kills me. I do have one. I have one right here. I'm gonna put it in the memes. Actually, I'm gonna put it in the memes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's in the memes.
Wait, you're gonna put
If you
where are
put it in
putting
the memes, that means something.
Yeah, that means it's quality.
That butthole is so huge.
Yeah, it's super quality. That's why it has to stick around. And if you don't have kids and you don't get it, then you know what? One of my buddy's dads, before he passed away, he used to have a saying: "Believe me now, or believe me later." And
I don't get
if you
it.
don't have kids. Yeah, well, okay.
Well, you
No,
should
this is
get
Elf
it.
on a Shelf.
You should get it.
Oh, that is exactly. You won't get it until you have kids, right?
She should get it still.
Hold on, let me think
You
about
should.
this.
You should.
Let me think about
You
it.
should still Elf on the Shelf. Yeah, Elf on the Shelf. Come on.
So it's a rooster, a cock,
Oh, yeah.
buck.
And who's the dude riding it?
She
Huh?
doesn't know Star Trek.
Oh, this.
I don't know who's this guy. I don't know Star Trek.
Oh, that's
Is it
the
Spock?
SMB Capital guy.
Buck. Oh.
Spock on a cock. Damn it, Chia. You're right.
That's actually fucking great. Yeah.
I know, right? Like you can't. Oh, come on. Oh, look at here comes the cell.
But what does that have to do with children?
Oh, the Elf on a Shelf is a fucking.
Well, yeah,
that
that's-
parents
Everybody
fix
knows
because they
that.
gotta-
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well
Yeah, you
they
move it
have that
around.
one, and it's such a you gotta move it around, and you can't forget. And then if you can't touch it, there's some great ones where the dog gets it, and the kids are just bawling and crying, and the dog is ripping it apart, and it's just like, oh, it's beautiful. It's just awesome. Oh, they're just crushed, the little children. Oh. God bless them. I have more. Do you want me to keep going? I can keep posting. I have a whole lineup.
I'm sure you
Spare
do.
Discord. I have a spare Discord just to store shit. Serious. I'm not shitting you.
Oh, I believe you. I do.
Some of it's good though, right? I actually I save a bunch of stuff. Oh, here's one here. This is the town that I'm from.
Hold on, let me go.
Wait a second here. I gotta go back. Oh, where's the memes? I'll put it in the memes. Why not? This, yeah, here you go. That's the town I'm from.
No, it's not.
That's hilarious. You can't get better than that. Meme shit like that. Come on.
They did that on purpose. Oh, go look at it.
You're on ES text.
No,
the
no, it's in
memes
the memes.
channel.
Memes.
I can. Got that in Bavaria.
What's this place? What is it?
What do you mean? We have to click a link here.
Wikipedia, though. It's a clean link. It's a clean link. Oh, Wikipedia
Evan
can't be sold.
Bavaria. Lickman nuts. That's
I've got that here.
That's nowhere near as good as Lick My Nuts. Come on.
Yeah, but it was actually spelled UCK until 2021.
yes. What? Lock my nuts?
What? No, fucking.
Oh.
Bugging up Austria. If we can't
I'm
have
John
fun-
from Lighthouse Window Cleaning, and today
Oh,
I'll
do you
walk
see
through the trees
video
behind
where the guy
your
goes
ladder or the
around- He goes around the city.
Let's talk about raising
of fucking
there to the top of that.
Austria.
That
It
rail
says here we have the fucking
balance
school.
side. It's nice with the standoff.
Fucking
When you're
children learn all about fucking.
going up towards the top of your ladder, you're not
It's
pressed
just
against
that
the
word.
wall.
Here's the fucking city
It's
council.
real easy for me
And they're fucking
to lean forward and be able to watch a window.
I mean, bugging is still pretty
It
bad.
gives me extra stability.
Do you say it differently in German? Like, Fuging?
Fogging.
How? Say it again.
Fogging.
Fuging?
Fogging, yeah.
That's like if there's any French, tabernacle apparently has a couple of meanings.
Pourquoi? I thought you hated the French.
Yeah, that's yeah, I agree with that. I'm not going to deny that one. No,
Oh, I wasn't the only
Hey,
one.
Collis, why do you hate my people?
you're right on the border, Specs. Don't even start.
Harvey, you fucking hate everything, bro. Who you kidding?
I'm not trying to kid nobody. How about that?
Exactly.
You can lick my nuts. That's right. You want
You
to
can
come and
literally
visit
fall
me?
in love with something that is akin to gambling. Let's call it day trading, and you could still hate it at times.
Oh, I hate it, man. I dislike this job to the.
Bro, you gotta work. You gotta practice self-love on other things.
I dislike this job so much that it makes me think of my old job and how much I disliked it. Actually, you know what? It's really
Damn,
funny.
man.
I actually didn't dislike my job. I actually liked my job. I liked my job so
Oh,
much that I
good.
was super fucking good at it. Um, the issue is that I'm getting old and tired, and I can't keep it up both ways. No, I'm just kidding. I still have that. It's going for me there, but um, yeah, I'm just getting too old to do my other job. And or you know what? I'm pretty greedy, so I could do my other job, but let everybody else do it and take less of the pie. But that almost bothers me more than missing a trade. I
Whoa.
can't leave that much on the table. Like well, Specs, you don't the numbers. My brother, he's blown like the numbers I was dealing with were like it's insane the numbers, and to leave it all on the table by giving it away, oh, it bothered me more than anything. That's why I started doing it the way I did it. I did it all with our own manpower, unless absolutely unfeasible or unavailable, right? Like, yeah.
So what? Like you're talking as you were a GC, right? General
Yeah,
contractor.
yeah,
So let me guess, you didn't sub out things as much and you just did it yourself?
yeah. I would hire people on, right? And then one of my first, well, not one of my first bosses, but one of my first boss mentors that I ever had that he probably didn't even know he was my mentor until after the fact, and neither did I really. But I took a lot of lessons from this guy, and it was one of the lessons was you capitalize upon your workers' strengths. And I know that sounds super simple, but in my industry, if I had a guy that I hired and he was like, I'm a roofer or I'm a framer or I'm a flooring guy, guess what I would focus on landing? It would be
What?
100% what that guy was. Well, okay, so how do you keep a worker happy?
Give him
Let him
work.
do what he wants. Let him do what he wants to do. Right. So let's just say a flooring guy. He sure as shit doesn't want to put insulation in. He sure as shit doesn't want to be on the roof fucking installing shingles. He wants to do flooring. So what this other boss said was, you go and find fucking flooring jobs. Don't be an idiot. And then the guy is happy and you're making, you know what I mean? Everything goes smooth as shit at that point. It's awesome, right? And the guy is happy,
Mhm.
everybody's happy, and you continue on, right? Because it really doesn't matter to me. Being a GC, I had the capability of it was like if Bayman's not here, but he understands what a carpenter is. A carpenter is basically a jack of all trades, right? So I really have a working knowledge of all of it. I'm not an expert of any of it, except for, well, I'm a precision woodworker, right? Like
Okay.
one of my first jobs was building antique cedar strip boats. My dad was a woodworker, so I grew up as a woodworker. And then one of my very first jobs, like out on my own, was being a woodworker, basically, and building cedar strip boats. They only had 3 power tools on site. right? It was all done by hand. And I was too young and dumb to actually respect job or appreciate that job. So after like a year and a half, I quit. And people like, nowadays I would be like, I'd almost give I could go back to it, but I mean, people are like, oh, that's such a great job. And I'm like, yeah, it's really daunting and like the guy said to me in I think it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks in, he goes, look. He goes, calm the fuck down. He goes, I don't want you building one part that takes 2 weeks to build one fucking part for the boat or whatever, right? And you go and fuck it up because you're all impatient at the last minute and not make it fit. And then we wasted 2 weeks building that one piece of wood, basically, right? So, yeah, don't rush it at the end. It's the same as trading. Like, this is part of my life lessons, right? Like, it's like, trading is a fucking tough one because you're always
So
fighting
are you
yourself.
happy? Are you happier being a trader or are you happier being a contractor?
Well, one of them pays way more.
Which one? Trading?
not quite yet there, buddy. But yeah, eventually I see. Okay, so one of them has a high opportunity rate. The other one has an expiration rate. If that makes
Mhm.
sense. Right?
But so you're gonna quit
being a-
trading at some point if it doesn't work
No,
out?
the other way around, right? Like you can only be a carpenter for how long? Whereas you could be a trader probably
Oh.
for a good duration of the rest of your life. Like if you can work it out. But you have to come and visit me at my town of Lickmanuts.
Lick my nuts?
And then I'll
Okay,
and then
but
I'll
you
show
have
you
to
all the
meet
trade
me.
secrets.
You have to meet me at the town of Fugging.
Halfway? Is that halfway?
Yeah.
Guys, how about
You
you
gotta go
start
get
at
some coffee. All
petting
I'm
and
saying is,
guys, start at petting and build your way up. Come on.
oh yeah. All I'm saying is, all the traders in the trader lounge, we gotta meet up and go to Fugging
Yo.
and get some fucking beers. That's all I'm saying. bro.
Okay, well, here we go, guys. Get your head in the game because the bonds are. I should have been not fucking around as much here. The bonds are falling off huge. Dollar is climbing massive. Apple has just finished its gap and crap. This may not unleash until a little bit more time, but oh shit. That was fun though, wasn't it? Yeah, open invitation to anybody that wants to come visit. The bonds did this the other day too. They top ticked just like this. Well, not just like this, but very similar to this. So this could be a fake out again.
Lots of yeah.
Gold.
Well, TLT is like right at that $100 mark. So it needs to like get over that. And then I think it's like good to go. Which I think it will break
But if
100.
you look, right, all of it is broken out and done. Like it seems like it just wants to just do that, just top ticket and come back, right?
Well, yeah, it's going to test it a few times, right? Until.
Yeah, yeah.
And then if you look at ZB, we've got a ways up till the next level. So I think there'll be some back and forth here before it gets to the next area. So it's just going to do this shit for now.
Yeah, probably rated.
But I have confidence in the bonds to do what they need to do.
So this is an American thing, but what about this election year thing? Like this is gonna, when is the election? September? Is that right?
Excuse me, it's November, beginning of November.
November is that election?
Like November 2nd or 3rd or 5th or something like that. 6th.
So, but when do they start like ramping up that type of an idea? Like this.
They've already started doing the debates. Like the debates have been in like the first this is the early stages of debates, right? So they've been starting that, but like the main, because you won't get the main stage until you've got a primary candidate for each party, right? Like obviously Biden is the leading candidate. No one's contesting that. But on the Republican side, it's kind of like a shit show. Trump is leading in the polls, but obviously they're trying
See that
to.
Colorado news for Trump?
Yeah, that Colorado thing is like fucking weird.
That's a big deal, or is that not a big deal?
So I'm hearing that it's not going to stand, meaning it could be overturned in.
But I also
This-
heard that, like, so what? I really don't know much. Is there a different Supreme Court for every state?
So state has one, and then there's federal.
Okay.
So
Because
it could be
what I read
overturned.
was that these other states are actually starting to, maybe they were like held up, I guess. Oh, okay. So the actual thing happened in Colorado? Is that why Colorado? I thought it was in Washington.
What do you mean? What was it like? No, Colorado
Oh,
is just.
the insurrection or whatever. The insurrection was, so why is Colorado putting up a big stink if the insurrection was in Washington state?
Well, it's their state,
Or is
and then
Colorado?
they're just
Oh, it's the
they're just
same state.
exercising their jurisdictional rights within their
Okay.
state. Do you know what I mean?
Huh.
I mean, I think it's like a ploy to, because like Biden is losing so badly. There is no way that man is going to win. Like it is so bad.
It's funny.
And now they are afraid that Trump is unilaterally going to be elected. So now I think these are the games that they're trying to play to get him off the ballot. So, which I think it's like, I don't believe that's the right way to approach a true democratic state. Like it's just bullshit. Like if that's who people want to vote for, that's who people are going to vote for. Like that's just what it is. Not that I'm endorsing Trump.
Well, no, okay, so yeah, what I call it would be like the lesser of the worst evil. Right? It's the best
Honestly, they're both bad. It's just like it's such
Yeah,
a
well,
bad
absolutely. It's all
situation.
shit. It's all shit, but I gotta pick the better one of, like, you know what I mean? The less stinky pile of shit.
I think there'll be a lot of people that are going to abstain from voting, or they may vote libertarian, which isn't going to move the needle.
Yeah, that never.
But I think people are going
They have
to.
like a Green Party. They have like
Yeah.
an MVP party, and it's like, yeah, they do get a percentage. In some years, you're like, they're gonna get more, but never enough to
No, not to
make
tip
a
the
difference.
scales. Yeah.
Yeah, never
Dude,
enough.
it's legit
right?
like
So-
that episode of South Park where they had to pick between a douche nozzle and a turd sandwich during the elections to run the country. It's legit been said before, like 10 years ago.
No, South Park is like
So,
the oracle of. I don't know what. Like they have predicted everything.
That's like The Simpsons predicting the future, like on 70 different occasions. Like,
Yes.
like how?
I think South Park does a better job though of illustrating
Oh,
reality.
yeah. I think South Park is really good at satire, but Simpsons is really funny too.
Yeah. But I think that's why it gets across more poignantly because it is like such a great satire.
Legit question: how do you trade a Trump presidency? It's just
It's bullish.
Just
It's bullish. Yeah.
I mean,
But even an election year is bullish. Election years are bullish too.
As long as the projections are rate cuts, I think they're going to be bullish for the most time. Unless you're
Yeah.
scalping very low time frames, you're probably going to be bullish. In my mind, it could change though.
You just buy and hold.
It's like a quarter point in the middle of next year is a rate cut. Like
No, the first one, okay, the first one that is projected or anticipated is in March, which I think is, I think that's really highly unlikely, but that's what the market is pricing in right now. That's why we had the move that we had. Now that
Well, I'm just
those
saying,
expectations are going to
small,
change.
A quarter point is that, like, the general population is like, oh, interest rates are going down, but it's such a slow grind that it's going to take what, 2 years to unwind this interest rate thing, or 3 years to unwind this whole interest rate thing back down to whatever. They're not going to start dropping it point by point. It's going to be quarter point again or half point if you're lucky.
Yeah, but that's enough to rattle the markets one way or the other.
That is enough. Yeah. Yeah.
It's more than enough. You're thinking like an average
That's what I'm
consumer,
saying.
but you
No, I
have
guess
to
what I'm
think
saying
about
is, like,
markets.
mortgage rates, automobile loans, credit card debt, student interest loans, all that kind of stuff. That's not going to get any relief, like significant relief, till 2025. Right? That's all I guess what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, I
Because
agree with
even if we
that.
get a quarter point, you know what I mean? Even if we get a quarter point on every quarter, that only puts us down to 3%. Right?
Well,
Like, or not even. What is the percent at right now? Like, it's at 4. Like,
5
depending on what yield
point
you look at, but yeah, right. So
25.
5 minus
I think it's
1 is
5.25.
only. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what's your
The thing
objective
is-
though?
Oh, never,
Is
sorry, it's not.
returning to QE? Because historically interest rates are right around the norm right now. Only from 2010, 2011 up until 2022 did millennials and Gen X become accustomed to essentially zero bound interest rates where money is free. However, with there being considerable inflation, and I'm saying from 1970 until now, in things we need, housing, healthcare, education, compared to wage inflation, you've seen since 1970 approximately an 8x increase in and this is the US, an 8x increase in the mean average or the mean income. So it's gone from about 9,700 roughly about 1970 to about 70,000 or 67,000 in the US. So 8x increase. Meanwhile, housing is up about 23x in that same period. All these other costs, healthcare is up a similar figure. Education is greater than 23x increase. So essentially, you need to have near zero bound interest rates for individuals to continue their lifestyles and finance them. However, historically, we're right around the average for interest rates. So unless we go back to considerable quantitative easing, it's either you rip everyone apart financially, or you go back to 3 or 4% where individuals can continue to finance their lifestyles because no one can fucking afford a house. No one can afford X, Y, or Z. It's not sustainable.
Well, I think I don't know how to word this correctly, but I think people's financial expectations are above their means at all points. If I have $5 in my wallet, I want to spend it. I'm not.
I don't
me,
want-
I'm frugal as fuck.
I don't think it is though, because
I
your
believe it
expectations.
100% is. Everybody
I know,
wants
but
to
you're-
spend everything, right?
Yeah, but that's because your expectations are often determined by your parents and then their parents, grandparents. And now one's expectations are not aligning with what they were accustomed when they were younger, when they were raised throughout history, because 8% interest rates in 1970 versus 8% interest rates today. 8% interest rates.
It's still a social. It's like living up to the Joneses, where like everybody sees this. I make $1 million from my fucking bedroom on TikTok, and I want to, you know what I mean? And everybody wants to live up to this thing.
Harvey,
Everybody
we're getting
wants to
poorer.
not be a sheep, but it's like, I don't know. Sorry, say that again, Specs.
We're getting poorer, dude. Like, it's literally that simple. Like, we gotta do something to curb inflation, but also like make us
Well,
it's not that like okay, it's obviously more complicated than that, but basically like we have a lot of debt to finance, and we can't keep raising rates, but we
You
need
made the
because
debt
the debt gets
yourself,
bigger.
though. Like,
Also,
you're talking about government debt versus personal debt. You
Who pays
personally
back the
are digging
government,
your
man?
own. You're digging your own hole by buying your fucking Gucci shoes, man, and buying your super
Who's buying
duper
Gucci
latte for
shoes?
$7.
well, I would say
Super low.
70%.
Guys, you're not buying Gucci shoes? What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
but
fuck.
I don't even know
Sorry,
what
I'm not
Gucci shoe
retro
is.
level rich, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's.
She
I
owns the
mean,
Gucci store.
if you want to take this to the extreme, if you speak with most individuals I'm 27, in my generation, slightly younger, many are disenfranchised and they point the finger at capitalism. But right now, the main issue with capitalism is it's heavily adulterated by fiscal irresponsibility by politicians. Fiscal irresponsibility engenders most of it. As I'm sorry, for someone that is healthier than 99.9% of the population, a large portion of my tax dollars are going to subsidize those who are unhealthy, who are not accountable for their actions. On average, right now, per individual that has a BMI over 29, there's an allocation of about $14,000 in additional healthcare expenditure annually.
Yeah, you could
That's
say that for the aged, anybody over 75 or something like that. Now you're paying for them.
that's
You are.
Yeah, but
Well,
there's
they already paid in though as well.
Well, yeah, they did. Yeah, they put in some money.
but
Sure,
the
the
age,
BMI guy doesn't have a job as well, though, right? Like,
yeah, but that should, I'm sorry, but that should be primarily disregarded in terms of age. Age is expected, and that's built into healthcare figures. But an additional $3 trillion in healthcare
cancer.
expenditure
How about
annually.
this? Cancer isn't. Cancer's not built into that.
But cancer in most circumstances
I
is
guess
straight
that's
up bad
avoidable
luck.
as well. You have somebody that smokes.
No, it isn't.
cigarettes a day. Yeah, I get it.
No, it really isn't.
Well, no, you can choose not to smoke 4 packs of cigarettes a day.
But no, even in cancer is straight up in 96% of circumstances bad luck. There are factors which do contribute, but the consensus is it is primarily bad luck. Most weight is
I hear
for
that.
what?
I hear what
Well,
you're saying.
genetic disposition too, right? I think it's
Yeah. However,
Disposition, bad luck, bad environment. Yeah, bad. I think was it Peter or somebody was? No, it was. Maybe I can't remember, but it was like there was a link to. Yeah, never mind. Keep going. Keep saying what you're saying.
but it's something which is controllable for 99% of people, unless you have a glandular or hereditary predisposition, is going to be your weight. And if I'm going to be conservative and say those who are on SSRIs, SNRIs / antidepressants, you still have about 85% of the population where being overweight and that excess healthcare expenditure of $14,000 per individual, which I have to contribute directly to that, which is reflected in my health insurance. I'm sorry, my healthcare should not be subsidizing those who continuously express an inability to refrain from maintaining their health.
well, you can't put the blame all on them when the way we manufacture food here
Yes.
and the
corporate-
ingredients,
Yes.
I mean, when you
The
look at like
corporate
food across the
slavery.
world, what we
And then
eat
they
here
actually
is like
lower the
horrible.
price. They
It's
lower the
horrible.
Like lobster costs more than potato chips. right?
Yeah, and it's
That's a
not
bad
like
example,
affordable
like,
to many people to eat a healthy and sustain a healthy lifestyle
Right.
in the US because of our food manufacturing practices. Like it's a big problem. And I think like it's a combination of the two. But like
Yeah,
you can go
yeah.
around the world and like people eat healthy all over the world because they
Well-
don't have all these mass produced foods. They just eat like raw foods more in their raw form.
You could almost say it's healthy, but what about less options? Like beans and rice is just like what's available, right? When we have this freedom of being it also gives you these options. The freedom to choose allows more shit products to go on the line up for sale, right? Basically, and when you're in a spot where, or like say a location or your environment only says you get beans and rice, or you get a second helping of beans and rice, like there's no
Beans and rice, fruits and vegetables. It's just like
yeah.
the abundance of food that's available, right? That's like raised on the land that's there. We just don't have those practices here anymore. Like we moved away from that. It's a lot of it's, capitalism.
A lot of it's all calories in, calories out. I'm sorry.
Well, look at what's in the supermarket though.
It's hyper palatable it's hyper palatable food. I'm aware of that.
But it's also like a lack of education. Like, I mean, I see the way people eat and I'm like, do you guys even know what you're eating? Like, do you ingredient labels, and people don't, right? Like I understand that that's not something that people think about, but there's a lack of education, right? And then there's
No,
scarcity of.
I watched this thing, and then it was like the guy ate like you know that stuffing or whatever, like you put it in the microwave, you add water, and you make stuffing. He made 2 boxes of stuffing, and like that was like 2 boxes of it. It was like portion control. I get what numbers is saying, like portion control and satiation is like I don't know. It's like a weird. It's almost like a genetic thing as well, like where you can't. Some people can't control that they're fucking hungry.
That's because its primary hyperpalatable food is not going to assist with satiation. But once again, at the same time, this is unfortunately predicated on there is no accountability. Someone knows if they become overweight or obese, that the healthcare system and government will fully subsidize their treatment within reason. Versus if someone is told you literally need to choose between being healthy or price gouged, the majority of literature directly indicates that people, when they are presented with a definitive outcome of completely unaffordable healthcare because of a self-induced ailment or correcting lifestyle habits, more frequently than not, there is a correction of lifestyle habits because of accountability. And all I'm primarily advocating is there needs to be accountability, and that applies to most aspects, not only to individuals, but government officials and many others, because there's almost no accountability. I would say what's particularly unique right now is there's a problem with accountability across all of society.
Well, if you start their numbers and you say that you want to essentially limit what evolutionary wise is just a normal behavior, right? You need to address lots of more.
Evolutionary, no, you can't go down that premise. Evolutionary, that is not a normal habit.
What?
Humans have a tendency to be at metabolic rate efficiency, and lifestyle changes in terms of a sedentary lifestyle has changed that. So
I don't think you're right on that one. If you look at studies with apes, it's pretty clear what they are going to do if they are getting offered any kind of sugar, alcohol, or whatever it is.
But they remain at roughly caloric maintenance, not in a considerable surplus, similarly to most people. And you don't have significant rates of increase in BMI. It's a sedentary lifestyle. It's primarily lifestyle choices made, not genetic predispositions accounts for 1 to 2% of those that are actually overweight or obese. And I mean, fantastic. We have GLP-1 agonists now to suppress ghrelin production. So hunger is further suppressed to align with lifestyle choices. People don't want to make a change in their life. That's the harsh reality. People don't want to make changes to lifestyle choices.
No, for sure. That's right.
It is also expensive to eat healthy.
No, that's full of shit. I'm sorry. If you're looking at vegetables.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you can go pick up chicken thighs, rice.
First of all, chicken is expensive right now.
Chicken thighs? You can pick up chicken thighs for $1.99.
I don't know about thighs. I don't know about chicken thighs. I'm just talking about poultry in general is expensive.
If you go to
It's low right now.
What is?
if you go to Kroger, King Supers, it's $1.99, $2.99 a pound for chicken breast. Whole Foods is often going to be running $4.99 a pound, and most people aren't going through 30 pounds of chicken a week like I am.
I don't know.
I always hear that response.
I think it's expensive to buy healthy foods. I've seen it. Like I see how families eat. Like I've worked in the food industry, and it's like it's not even they're not even incentivized. Like if you look at promotions and what's marketed, it's not healthy foods all the time. Like what's blasted to the media and into consumers' minds are, ease of preparation, because everybody's so busy. It's all laden with all sorts of ingredients. Like it's not like the things that I buy are expensive. and they're healthy, right? They have all these like ingredients that are good for you, but it's not.
Healthy ingredients is relative. Most of the biomarkers where there is an increase is predicated on you being in a caloric surplus. If you are at caloric maintenance or a slight deficit, you don't see the elevation in specific biomarkers. It is calories in, calories out. Yes, the nutrition density is relatively important, but quote unquote this or that, and I mean Walmart quality chicken is nutritionally about at the same as what you would have with most others. So, I mean, $2.90, $2.67 a pound for chicken breast. If someone gave me a budget of $100 a week, I could easily feed a family of 3 or 4.
I think it
No
depends on your.
way. $100 a week, a family of how?
If
I
I'm
think
doing
it depends on your definition of healthy zero or numbers.
How so? I'm basing it off of health biomarkers.
No, you get some shit chicken from like China or some like fish from Vietnam. That shit ain't healthy, man.
Depending on
I mean, I don't even eat shit from there.
Depending
I
on
don't want some GMO grown chicken or whatever.
GMO grown chicken. It's okay. GMO feed. GMO has probably been the greatest contribution to overall sustainability of low cost food.
That's correct.
What?
That's correct. That's totally correct. But GMO isn't necessarily has nothing to do with the antibiotics we are spoon feeding.
And also, antibiotics are not in chicken. This is all health halos. Chickens aren't raised in cages. It's actually less space efficient to raise a chicken in a cage. Antibiotics are not allowed to be put into chickens by USDA. So you'll see chicken marketed as antibiotic free, cage free, X, Y, or Z. All of that's not allowed by the USDA.
I am 100,000% certain that we put antibiotica into the food of chicken.
You guys, as in Germany?
Otherwise, in the EU, in other countries, for absolute certain, we do that.
Yeah, what's wrong? I mean, I'm not talking about just straight that. I mean, there's a lot of shit that they feed these chicken that are just horrible. They're not feeding them worms and shit and maggots. They're feeding them just like straight up corn.
Yeah, well, they are.
It's literally calories in, calories out. I'm fucking sorry if that hurts people's feelings. Yes, there's an importance on the elements of what the chicken is fed, what this or that is fed. But the reduction in
You're talking about straight weight, though. You're not talking about actually being healthy, like gut biomes and stuff like that.
Okay, gut biomes, yeah. You can purchase cheap Greek yogurt too to assist with probiotics. But weight is ultimately one of the main contributing factors to elevation of biomarkers and increased predisposition to adverse health outcomes.
Yeah, I think weight is huge.
I don't think anybody disputes that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't just say, oh, just eat some Greek yogurt. Because unless you go to a doctor and pay, you're not going to know what you're lacking or what's wrong with you. Every person's different, right? You can't just say, oh, yeah, just eat the shit chicken and then eat some Greek yogurt with that shit. And then you'll be fine.
Greek yogurt is expensive too. Like Greek yogurt, again, is more expensive than
Greek
like
yogurt.
the sugary.
What the fuck? No, you go to fucking Walmart or Target.
People are not making their own Greek yogurt.
You don't have to. If you go to Walmart, it is $3.49 for an entire tub of Greek yogurt.
Okay, and compare that to the flavored sugary crap. Is it more or less expensive?
It's it's almost the same price compared to if you go to most other stores.
No, the same store.
It might be 50 to 60 cents more expensive.
That's my point.
That comes out to be 10 cents a serving, which
I know, but but extrapolate that across like all the foods a family would be buying.
Okay, that's an additional $2 a week. I still could feed a family under $100 a week.
Okay, numbers. Have a bunch of
week?
kids. Have a bunch of
$100 bucks?
kids.
I don't know about
Have
I
a
don't know
few
about
kids.
feeding
Let
a
us know how it
family for
goes.
under $100 a week, man. They
Yeah,
eat this
man.
stuff too, right? They have
Oh.
breakfast and lunch as well. Like,
I really
what's
think
going on?
a lot. I mean, I'm sorry, but I would go as far to say I think a lot of people are completely disillusioned that healthy is expensive, because healthy meaning you're roughly at caloric maintenance or a slight deficit with relatively nutritionally dense food that is not hyper palatable. I'm assuming for a family, if you're going to have simple, not many other alternatives, you can pick up about 20 pounds of chicken. That 20 pounds of chicken, rice, potatoes. Vegetables are going to be arguably the most expensive component, and Greek yogurt, and you're going to be at around $100 a week.
Yeah, but then again, numbers. It's I don't dispute that, but you cannot say that the way the food is produced, the hyper production of food, and the way they engineered the fucking fat chains and so on, that it has nothing to do with people getting absolutely addicted to that food.
That's there's no disputing that. The element of hyperpalatable food, I'm mentioning that time and time again, hyperpalatable food is an issue, but this still returns to accountability.
Yeah, but accountability is probably the most difficult.
When there are no repercussions for their actions.
Accountability, even in law, is pretty much obvious. Obvious talk is obvious, right? But who is really accountable?
Unfortunately.
Well, I think it falls back on the individual. Like, and I do agree with numbers on that point. Like, regardless of what's proliferated and what's
I'm
provided
not so
to you.
sure, guys.
No, I mean, I think the onus is on you. Whether you're going to educate yourself, or whether or not you're going to take the time to, like, I don't know, budget $100 a week for a family of 4.
But
That's
here's the thing, retro numbers. Like, I don't disagree with you about accountability, but you guys also have to understand we're privileged, whether it's because our parents sacrificed and we got where we're at, or our grandparents, or whatever it may be. There's a lot of these inner city kids, they don't have that knowledge because their parents don't even have this knowledge that this is bad. They just think chicken is chicken, food is food. A lot of immigrants don't know the difference between what's good and bad. So to say that it's accountability, if you were never taught, then how the hell would you know? Same thing with like all these athletes who just go broke. They were never taught how to manage money. And they're only told how many of these people get scammed by, others, once they start making money. So you can't just say the blame's on you 100%, because if you don't know, you just don't know.
We don't know for 100% what the casual effects of that food are on different kind of people.
Yeah,
So
and I said
we
that
don't
earlier.
know.
We have a
know at
lack.
this point. That could very well be the case that one is 100% responsible and the other one basically can't do anything. As soon as he tastes or eat any kind of that food, he's going to be addicted for the rest of his life.
Yeah, there are biomarkers are indicative and genetic factors which can contribute, but ultimately it is. And if you were dissatisfied with how you look, if you were dissatisfied with X, Y, or Z, there's an element of accountability, and there's a fundamental flaw in our education system. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. People aren't prepared for their life. They are not given life skills. That's inherently problematic. There are going to be, and for children in particular, yes, there are environmental factors, that being to what their family exposes them, how they were raised. That's not wrong. The education component is pretty integral to successful outcomes, and that also applies to a functioning democracy. But I feel very strongly that a large percentage of my tax dollars are directly going to subsidize those who are not remaining accountable for their actions. when there are other issues towards which I would like to see those dollars being allocated. Unfortunately, there are now GLP-1 agonists, which should ameliorate some of the issues associated with the obesity, quote unquote, epidemic, and those that are overweight. But
if you're long cola, you should get the money back, right? In that regard.
But it's once again, people don't want to make changes to lifestyle factors, which is why GLP-1 agonists such as Ozempic are becoming ubiquitous. Time and time again in all of the literature, the reason why people decide to use Ozempic is the reported incident of an unwillingness to make lifestyle changes to accommodate reduction in excess adiposity.
I mean, as long as you're not taking away supply from the diabetics, I have no problem with that.
Ozempic really isn't used for diabetics whatsoever. Type 2 because they're overweight, but yeah, Ozempic has no application for type 1 at all because all it does is downregulates ghrelin production.
Doesn't it have an effect on the way sugar is transported to your bloodstream?
Ozempic, no, it's just downregulation of ghrelin primarily. Why can't I think of the traditional type 2? Is it? I think of the original. Not metformin. Yeah, metformin is type 2. Traditionally, metformin will assist with that, but it's GLP-1 agonists or, well, metformin or SGLT2 inhibitors do have an effect on what you mentioned, but GLP-1 agonists function entirely differently because it suppresses appetite and increases the ability to be satiated. So, yeah, it's, I mean, as I said, there are fundamental and systemic issues in society which are contributing to this. I'm still a believer in accountability. It all returns to determinism or indeterminism. And breaking habits is awfully tough. I'm not to say someone can snap their fingers and change their habits, but it's necessary that a concerted effort is made if one is going to make an attempt to change lifestyle factors. It's a lot easier to continue to be complacent. And I think everyone can attest to that. Complacency is a lot easier than making a concerted effort of change.
For sure.
And the silence persists.
Well, I think nobody would dispute that again. Anybody got to do some late Christmas present shopping? Or are you all set and done?
My wife takes care of all of it.
Ah. Nice.
Oh, I'm done.
Guess I need one too.
Now, I did get her something, so That was cool. That was
What
cool.
did you get her?
I got her concert tickets to like I don't know if you guys know, but Jan Arden. She's like a Canadian singer, I guess.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I got 4 tickets to that. So hopefully, if she takes somebody, they'll pay for her dinner.
What?
And in the ride or whatever, and that'll be.
You're not going with her.
Yeah, of course not. He wants her out
Oh,
of the house.
God.
Why exactly? Why would he buy it?
You ruin the whole gift by going with. How do you have a separate vacation if you don't have a separate vacation? Yeah, like other than that, like what I also got some Pharrell dishes or whatever for her. Wait, that's not even it's like getting fucking baking sheets. Here's your bake. That's like getting her a new vacuum. Hey, by the way, here's your new cookie sheets. Like fucking, oh, thanks for the cookie sheets. Yeah, fuck. I don't count those things. I just look around the kitchen and go, oh fuck, it looks like we need a new frying pan. I'm gonna wrap that up. Yeah, it works. It works perfectly, right? Oh, new cutlery today. Fuck, awesome. Yeah. No, I don't know, just like, I don't know, she likes shopping on Amazon, so I let her do it. Oh, sorry, I don't let her do it. I just don't stop her. I don't say anything. Just shut the fuck up. Well, that's for anybody that's not married or wants to survive in a longer relationship. There's my tip. Just shut the fuck up. That's a good one. Opinion doesn't matter, so shut the fuck up. Agree, and you shake your head. Yeah, sure, that sounds great.
Yep,
Seriously,
that's,
great
that's
idea.
how it goes. It is.
Yeah, don't fight the trend. Don't fight the Fed, man. What are you? Why are you fighting the trend? You stupid, right? Like it's like don't fight the trend. Yeah, trend is your friend.
Only fight the trend if you feel like losing money.
Yeah, if you want a divorce, there you go. Absolutely. What the fuck? Yeah, if you want to fight, guess what's next? Fucking dummy, you're gonna get a divorce. Oh yeah, fuck. Yeah, I'm not going to the concert. You crazy? Why would I want to go to the concert?
I don't know. I thought maybe you enjoyed this
Oh,
person.
no. It's
I
not.
thought it was a
Yeah,
common
right.
interest. I thought maybe it's a common
Oh,
commonality.
no. See, that's the
Okay.
woman thing, right? I would have to. Yeah, you're right. That's probably in hindsight. I guess that would be
I
better.
would be upset if you purchased if they purchased the tickets for me and then didn't come. Like I'd be pissed off. Unless it was like something like Madonna,
This is the way I countered that was instead of buying 2 tickets, I actually bought 4. So I thought it would
So
be
who
cool
is she
to
supposed to
get
take?
away from the kids. Yeah, her friends or something, if she hasn't.
Oh, okay.
Or
It's a little
whatever.
bit better.
Her friends or maybe her sisters.
I thought you were making it like a double date situation, but
No. No, all right. Yeah, I should have just bought 2, right? Yeah, no, I bought 4, so I thought maybe she would take her friends. Maybe, if she hasn't. I don't know.
it's it's a smart gift, Harvey. But who watches the children? That will be your job.
See what
At
I'm
this
saying?
po-
That's
at
what,
this
that's what I'm
point-
saying. And I'm okay with that, right? I'm okay with that, like, because I really don't give a fuck. I went through a whole COVID thing and I homeschooled them for 2 years. A lot of people were ready to kill themselves after the first 2 weeks. Like, I can't teach. You should have heard the backlash that was coming off of this fucking homeschooling shit, and fucking everybody and their sister was day drinking all the time and getting mommy to help her and stuff. Yeah, exactly. I was like, what the fuck? You guys can't handle. Like, I guess maybe my kids were younger, so like grade 3, grade 4, curriculum. I was like, this is a good refresher for me, right? Like, I don't know half of this shit. Like, I don't remember half of it, and I was like, okay, cool. But if you had, like, I guess a high school kid or something, maybe it was more challenging. I don't know, but it wasn't. I don't know. Maybe they just don't like to hang out with their kids for that duration of time either, right? You got that thing too. Like, I don't. It's like having a dog. I don't understand. I don't understand why people have kids. Really, they send them to school. They only spend weekends with them, and then they plant them in front of a TV and then yell when they're having fun. It's like you only got kids so you could do the Christmas photos with them, right? It's like I don't fucking get it. It's like having a dog for that 5 minutes after it comes home, and then you yell at it for jumping on you. None of it makes sense to me. You leave it in a cage all fucking day. You are the cruelty to animals if you don't really realize it, right? Like, maybe it's just the way I think, and that's just Harvey. But I guess you'd have to learn to love it, or you fucking whatever. You can tell me to my face. That'll be a good start. But nobody's got the fucking kaputs to do it. Not going all the way back up to the top now, is it? We're gonna zoom out a bit.
I think it's found between the SPX 40 and 25 for now. Both held.
Yeah, zoom out for a minute, man. It's hilariously right locked. It's it's right back into it on almost every product. The only one that it's above is NQ. But it's right back into it. I actually did a bunch of work last night. If you zoom out, this ain't shit on anything. Like,
What do you
look at
mean?
Microsoft. Like the move was nothing. If you look at
Oh yeah, the drop was
look at
nothing.
anything.
Yeah,
Yeah, like there's plenty more to go here. If you go out on a daily chart and you look at this
Yeah.
pullback, go to a weekly chart. We got miles to go here if we want it.
yeah, because we've gone up straight up since what end of October for 2 months
16
almost.
I think it's 16 fucking days, yeah, or something. It was have to do a new count on it, but I mean, yeah, it's been quite a significant run. Yeah, it's awesome. Look at it. Yeah, for the trifecta here, I would really love to see Russell push just one more push up and get above and just get above. Depending on what chart you're looking at, right? These numbers are all messed up now with the back adjusted and not back adjusted. So out of the CL. No dice. Oh yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna call it. I don't see anything. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
See you, Zero.
Yeah, see you, man.
Later.
Peace
Bye
out.
bye.
Have a good one, buddy.
You
Wait,
too.
isn't tomorrow a holiday though?
Tomorrow's Friday.
Why is tomorrow a
Isn't-
holiday? Yeah, what?
Oh, tomorrow's a
I
holiday.
don't think so.
No.
That's what he was saying because
Is it?
it's the 29th. And on the CME it says, trying to make sure I'm right here. It says 29th December.
29th.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm looking at next week, bro. I'm tripping. Oh, but 22 to 26 says December 2023 is Christmas holiday.
Oh, maybe they're observing.
I think it's 22 after the market closes. So 22 at 5 p.m. to all the way till Christmas.
Oh, so they're shutting down after.
Oh,
I think
so
that's-
the Sunday would be off. The Sunday would
Yeah,
be off. And
yeah.
the Monday would be off. Okay.
Right.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Cool. Later, guys. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye bye. Here's the information.
Calendar.
Timmy, look into the LM studio. You may appreciate it or enjoy it.
I was gonna ask you about that. What am I looking at? At an
Or do you use
how do I feed it? Yeah, I've got.
Oh no, all you do is have to download it, and once you download it, it will connect you to Hugging Face, and then you can select whichever model you want through Hugging Face to run any of the LLMs offered on Hugging Face locally on your machine. So without having to go through a terminal or anything else, it streamlines the process considerably for an easier user interface.
So hold on, guys. Is
Thanks.
Tuesday the 26th a holiday
No,
for the stuff? No? Okay. That's
no.
that's what I wanted to know. And the 29th isn't either. Okay. So it's just the 25th and the 1st of January.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much. I was super confused and I get it.
I think bonds get absorbed here at the lows. Oh, not absorbed. Selling has stopped.
That is interesting activity in the bonds there. And then I hate to be like this, but I mean, like, we gotta wait now until tomorrow's news, right? Which is
Oh god, I'm a truculent asshole. Fuck.
What happened?
Oh no, I was curious. I went to Walmart's website and started adding things to my cart.
Feeding the imaginary family of 4?
Yes. As I said, I really am an asshole. So I'm assuming all fresh food.
So you're gonna literally tell us now.
Yes.
Like, not only did this.
So my car, it comes out. I was a family of 4. I need to have an adequate amount. I need $6 more per person. I was assuming $25 per person. I would need 31 per person per week. That's assuming 20 pounds of rice, 10 pounds or about 15 pounds of potatoes, 20 pounds of chicken, 5 bags of steamed mixed vegetables, 5 bags of steamed broccoli, 8 bell peppers, 7 bunches of spring onions, 10 zucchini. How many bags of onions? 9 pounds of onions, 4 heads of iceberg lettuce, 3 bunches of cilantro, 10 pounds of apples, 4 pounds of mushrooms, and 4 large containers of plain Greek yogurt, or roughly about 6 pounds of Greek yogurt, and it comes out to be $31 per person per week.
So how many meals is
Wait.
that per day?
Yeah, say that again. What was the tag on that?
$31 per person per week.
Sorry, go through the list again.
Send the list.
Send
again.
us
Send that
send
list.
us the
'Cause I'm
list.
in. That's awesome. If you can do it, fucking send that. I'll abide.
They give me
Numbers, you need to start.
You mean your wife abides?
You need to start
Well, no,
a
I-
parenting blog teaching families how to shop.
Well, that's
Oh, no, I already
so-
took my wife's Costco privileges. I took her privileges for. Yeah, she can't go to Costco on her own. She has to be supervised. It's not. Yeah. Yeah, honey. I know we have a freezer, but that doesn't.
Well, in case of thermonuclear war, you can survive another 1 month.
6-year-old ham. Yeah, exactly.
So what happened to Walmart in Germany?
They wanted to do it the American way, right? Just gigantic family packs, but they didn't do their research on the German customer. So we didn't. So I visited Walmart. So where in my hometown was one of the biggest Walmarts in Germany for a very long time, and I actually quite liked it. Funny side story. I actually was supposedly caught by the detective working at the store because I was a dumb kid. I bought like a Matchbox car, and because I couldn't find my mom outside, so I went outside. Couldn't find my mom. Went inside again. Unpacked it and played with it, and then the detective thought I had stolen it. And then I was totally perplexed, but I could show him the receipt. And yeah, he was flabbergasted that I actually bought the car. That was funny. But yeah, so the story behind it is that people, so the sizes of the foods they were offering were just way too big, and also it was all basically on the ground, right? So they didn't put a lot of time in it sorting the whole offer. They had it in giant,
You mean the displays?
yeah, exactly, the displays, giant displays and so on. So no real effort put into it, and
Right.
yeah, people disliked it.
Yeah, it's off-putting. Like if you walk into Costco, it's not like a pleasant shopping environment unless you're there for the freebies. But to buy things on crates and I don't know, sometimes you have to get things lifted from the top of the shelves. Like it's like going to Home Depot. It's like
Yeah, exactly.
intimidating. It's very intimidating.
And they also had tons of American products, which basically nobody knew.
Yeah,
And nobody bought.
that's interesting. Yeah. I do think the portion sizes, even like you don't even have to go to Walmart, like just normal stores, because they pack everything, right? And it's like, who's eating all of this?
I am.
Oh, okay, you are an exception.
I know.
Well, no, but she's got a good point, right? Because they don't really care about food, like the waste. There's a big problem with food waste as well, right? Like you buy these jumbo packs, but you only use, let's just say 3/4 of it, and then the rest of it goes to shit, to the garbage, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you're paying for it and you don't even realize it, right? Like it's kind of like this weird. You think you're getting a deal, but they actually burn you because you're buying too much.
like think about it, like a single person buying a loaf of bread, unless you're eating all of that bread, I think it's a lot of bread. Like you have to actually like forcibly eat
Yeah,
it.
well, I like okay, same town. It's hilarious, right? Because it actually comes all back down to the trade plan. So if you don't have a meal plan or you don't follow a schedule or a routine, right? Like, yeah, you would eat a loaf of bread if you ate 2 pieces a day, right? Every single.
We're not
day.
even. No, these loaves are big. Like I don't know how many slices there are, but it's like
Yeah.
how is a single person supposed to consume all of this before the expiration date? I mean, yeah, I guess you could
Yeah.
freeze it, and then like fresh bread.
Nobody-
Like how much
to be honest,
fresh bread
yeah,
are you eating?
No, seriously, who wants to have frozen bread? Like
I know it's
My-
terrible.
my wife's parents were like, oh, because we have corn. Corn goes on sale here every fucking summer. At the end of the summer, corn goes on sale. You can get it for fucking dirt cheap. So my wife's dad was like, yeah, so I get the corn and I cook it and then I put it in bags and I freeze it and we have fresh corn like in the middle of the winter, right? And I was like, oh, that's actually pretty smart. That's pretty smart. So I did it and then I like
Defrosted.
unfroze a bag of the corn and I was like, oh, this is garbage. Like it was not good at all, right? Like it was.
Oh, question to the Americans. Who of you has bought at Aldi?
I have. Yeah.
Aldi,
What?
I have not.
You have not?
I
What do
had
you
one
think
a
of it
long
numbers?
time ago, but
I'm relatively indifferent towards Aldi. I am a proponent of shopping selectively. There are certain items at Aldi which I think, all in all, Aldi is a very good location. It's better than what you'd find at a base grocery store in terms of quality. So when I say base grocery store, Safeway or something similar, yeah, I think it's a good option. Nothing against it.
yeah.
Fastest
I had,
growing
like,
chain in the U.S.
I had an old Quattro 4 or something way back, and it's just like I don't know. The stuff costs more. The parts cost more. That's all. It was a good car though. But I mean, it's just like every car. They have like little quirks. Like a BMW. I don't like the way the gas pedal is in a BMW. Same with a Volvo. Same, like, I just don't like the way the gas pedal is. And then I don't like BMW unless you beat the fuck out of it, just like basically a Volkswagen. You don't get you don't get your bang, right? Whereas like a what was that? The what's the one with the tri-motor? The what the fuck is it?
Tri-motor?
RX, it's a Mazda RX-10.
Oh.
Whatever. What's the?
That's a 6.
It's got a rotary. It's got a rotary engine.
Yeah.
Totally different car. Totally no torque. Yeah, RX. Yeah, Well, no, it's the brand new one, right? The brand new one is an odd car to drive. Like it's like, and they have these new in a different not off topic, but they have these new I can't remember what it is, but it's some sort of clutch where it feels more like a snowmobile. I guess if you don't know what a snowmobile is either, but it's like this constant power. It's like a jet ski power. There's no shifting in the new clutching or whatever. The new but anyway, yeah, it's just the way the power is different, right? Like a Porsche Boxster was garbage, but it handled like steered. It was amazing at steering. Porsche is amazing for handling, but the acceleration versus say a Ferrari, totally two different fucking cars, like totally different cars.
Yeah, well,
I've driven not every, but I've driven a shitload. I used to work for a car dealership, and I've driven a lot of fucking cars, a lot of high-end cars, I might add. Like I've driven a Dodge Viper with the like very fast. I've driven a Dodge Viper, and it's garbage too. All it is good for is a goddamn straight line and getting there, and that's that. It doesn't steer with a shit. It doesn't fucking any of it. It's garbage, right? It's a piece of shit car. I would never buy one. Like it's hard to drive. It's like you can't see shit. The whole thing is fucking. You can't even get into the fucking thing. If you've ever opened a Dodge Viper car door, there's like, god damn it, it's got to be 18 inches of like sidewall or whatever. You got to climb over to get into the seat. Like you got to like, I don't know. I'm a taller guy, and it was like it was hard to get into the fucking car, right? Like a Mazda Miata. My buddy, actually, you know what? My buddy had a Volkswagen Dune buggy. And he's like, here, man, you want to take it for a ride? And I'm like, okay, cool. So I hop in, and I'm like, I'm not driving this. I can't drive this. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I can't even lift my knee to shift. So how the fuck, man? We're gonna crash. I'm not gonna do it. I can't do it. So yeah, that's like a Mazda Miata, like a little fucking. I can't fit in these fucking cars, man.
yeah, the
Anyway.
dune buggies have become popular as of late again.
Yeah, those are like around here. Well, I guess they've never really gone at a. We don't even have that wicked one up here. You can't even get that wicked one with all the glass. I think it's called a 10 pane or 10 glass. Volkswagen bus or whatever. You can't even get those up here. You'd pay like fucking 40 grand for a fucking, if not more. For one of those fucking things, right? But yeah. There's been a big thing on Airstreams as well. The travel trailer, Airstream, old ones, the silver looking fucking things. Everybody seems to want one of those, right? But so back to the what do you think of an Audi? Again, it's up to you. Like if you like, there's a lot of good things I didn't mind, right? Because it was all-wheel drive, right? That was always a plus. The only place you're going to get that is Subaru, right? Like back in the day.
Back in the day. Nowadays, everybody has a
Nowadays, it's
BMW,
everything.
Mercedes.
Goddamn well, everything. You can't even like Nissan Rogue. You can't even get it without fucking all-wheel drive. They stopped making it. It's like what the fuck.
On the new Mercedes AMG and WM cars, you can choose between 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive. Just switch it, and you gotta.
Oh, it's actually you can push the button because a lot of it's just like this all-wheel drive, but it's actively controlled by its stupid sensors.
You can distribute it to what percent if you want 90% rear,
Yeah,
10%.
the power.
Oh, with
Wherever
the
it's slipping, it gives more, and yeah.
You can put it 100%.
Yeah, you can. Okay.
Let's get back to this grocery list for a second.
I just created a grocery list on Aldi.
But I have some issues with this list numbers.
What's this issue? This is Aldi.
So it seems to be only providing for dinners for this imaginary family of 4, and like
Wait,
where's the breakfast? Where's
you don't eat chicken for breakfast too?
what are you gonna do? Cut up chicken and put it in the plain yogurt? Like, what do you? No. So where's the breakfast items here? And this tub of plain yogurt is not going to feed a family of 4 for 5 days. And if you're the father in this family, you're going to consume that yogurt tub yourself, leaving your children with nothing.
I'm not assuming that someone if I was the father, this bill would be much greater because I myself, that's not even enough chicken for me for a week. But for a family, I'm adhering.
Okay, assuming an average male, even so. Like, who's eating this yogurt? How are 4 people eating this yogurt in a week span? Where's breakfast in this? And the snacks? What are they going to have? Broccoli florets for snacks?
Apples.
And apples don't fill you up. I agree, apples are great snacks. They do not fill you up. So you need more satiating items in here. You don't even have bread. How do your children not have bread?
You have rice.
You're not providing bread for your children, eggs.
You have rice and potatoes.
There's no dairy. Like, where's the milk?
They have to take.
This is. I'm not happy with this at all. You went on about, like, everyone needs to be on this caloric diet and et cetera, et cetera. You're not even providing for your family adequately.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not. These poor kids are starved.
You're not a provider.
Not providing. I'm sorry.
At least they're skinny.
They're gonna have no lunch.
They can have chicken for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh, Jesus, these poor kids. And you're gonna assume that the kids are gonna repeatedly eat chicken every week and plain rice.
For the past year and a half, I've had chicken 3 meals a day.
Jesus Christ.
Chicken is a miracle food, honestly.
I love chicken. I love it. But you have no seasoning or dressings to even vary the chicken in this?
Okay, sorry. I'm assuming most people
yes. Salt. They have the condiments. I get it. And they last a long time. Fine. But this come on. This is not adequate. So you need to do a little bit more work.
I'm doing it from the perspective of if someone really had to make ends meet and do it on
I just told you the yogurt doesn't even feed the kids.
What do you mean? That's 4 pounds of yogurt.
Is that it? So you're assuming they're going to eat plain yogurt.
Okay, there's vanilla Greek yogurt if they want. It's the same price.
Or are they going to put cilantro? Like, why do you even have cilantro in there? It's so random.
Because maybe the kids have a little bit. Maybe like a little bit of cilantro.
I don't know.
Well, why not cinnamon?
Just why not something that's like actually palatable for children?
I'm assuming you have.
I love cilantro, but I just don't know what kids are.
I mean, my Aldi card is rice, Brussels sprouts, zucchini, green onions, cilantro.
We're not talking about you numbers. It's not about you. It's about this family of 4.
Bananas, onions.
You don't even have bananas on here. Exactly. They're lacking potassium in their diet. Where's the potassium? I don't know food groups.
I have bananas on my Aldi list right now.
We're not talking about your Aldi list.
And I also have some pasta sauce too.
You don't even have pasta for these kids. Oh my God.
And whoops. On my Aldi list, I have 30 pounds of potatoes. Or sorry, 40 pounds of potatoes. Yeah, 40 pounds of potatoes. Potatoes are fucking versatile. I can make them gnocchi.
Oh no, I think potatoes are great and they're cheap.
Yeah.
They go a long way.
Because let's say potatoes, I look at how many different dishes you can make with potatoes cheaply. You could do a potato gnocchi, which is just going to be potatoes, flour, depending on who makes it, a little bit of egg or a little bit of this or that. And then you can put the mushroom pasta sauce over it, throw some chicken in there, and great. You could do that for 2 or 3 meals during the week for the family for dinner. And then also for lunch, just some good old potatoes and chicken. For breakfast, maybe hash browns with some chicken.
Of course. Can't not have the chicken in there.
I mean, I could easily switch it out for ground beef or this or that.
Beef is more expensive than chicken.
I think you can pick up 80/20 for $2.99 a pound.
Who's buying that? No. Beef is like for like. Beef is more expensive.
Yes, but if you were, let's say, only doing it for breakfast once a week, you could easily set it up to, you're assuming about a quarter pound cooked, mixed in, which would give about 30 grams of protein right there. And then with potatoes, everything else, you're still looking at 40 grams of protein in the meal. You have some fats, you have carbs, relatively well balanced. And that probably for the entire week for the family might add, if you reduce the chicken quantity, that would add about $8 to $10 to the overall bill, since it's 40 cents per pound more expensive. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, what I'm saying is it can be done. If a family needs to make it work on $100 with primarily healthy food, it can be done. Or sorry, $120 with $130 with primarily healthy food. It can be done. You're not going to have much variation in your diet at all. But it can be done, and that's primarily what I was expressing is.
I think you could do maybe $150. Like, you also have to be practical. Like, these kids are going to want some snacks. Like, they're just not going to sit there and eat all this repeatedly. Like, it's not like they're just not.
They're gonna rip your face off after day 3.
They're like, chicken again? Fuck.
You basically have to shield them from every kind of ice cream or anything sugary.
Make sure
for
you
the rest of the
homeschool
lunch.
them. Make sure you homeschool them at the same time so they're not exposed to outside food.
I mean, but here's the thing is, though, with how cheap hyper-palatable processed food is, if let's say this is how much you're spending per week for a family, hypothetically, I would still say that allows you to comfortably budget and go out and pick up a couple times a week. McDonald's ice cream machines don't work, but soft serve from a relatively cheap place where your kids can still feel as if they're having dessert or this or that and make it into a special occasion for maybe comes out to be an additional $25 to $30 a week, maybe $40 a week, where two times a week, go out with the kids and grab them a milkshake, grab them this or that, where they still feel as if they can have a treat and indulge while you're budgeting you have pretty significant budget constraints on your food. But that would then allow you to go spend 20, 30, 40, maybe $40 a week on taking your 2 kids out and having dessert-esque items or this or that. And that's partially the perspective which I see is your day-to-day meals, there isn't much balance. But if your kids say, hey, Mom, I want to stop and grab a milkshake, I want a scoop or 2 of ice cream or soft serve at a modestly priced place, or let's say traditionally a fast food place, you still can stop and have money within reason while still eating eating healthily, quote unquote, during the week with minimally processed foods, because everything in that cart is minimally processed and not hyper palatable, and you're spending $31 to $35 per week per person. It can be done. It's not ideal for most people. I'm a creature of habit and routine, but I think what's important is if shit's tight, it can be done. Or that could still leave you with how cheap chips are, Twinkies, whatever else. You can still pick up a couple boxes of Twinkies and.
Oh, God. This poor family.
It's, as I said, it is not ideal for most people, but if someone said, I want to make a commitment to eating healthily and be a creature of habit and routine, because ultimately that's the most sustainable for many individuals, is having a routine with their food and then deviating from that a couple times a week or this or that, where there's structure. I mean, structure, I think, is the benefit to most people. It's not, as a reiterate, I acknowledge for 90% of people, this is not ideal, but it can be done to spend $30 per person, $40 per person per week and have relatively healthy meals that are minimally processed. It's not ideal, but it can be done. Most people aren't consuming 30 pounds of chicken a week either. Because I think my chicken is $3.99 a pound from Sprouts. I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap.
And then if I want ground beef, I go to a local butcher that takes all their beef trim. They source their beef from a local farm, and their ground beef is ground daily. And a lot of people don't have access to a good butcher, but the ground beef is $4.99 a pound, and it's ground every day from the trimmings, from whatever cuts of meat they've put out in the case. And $4.99 a pound for fresh local ground beef is an excellent price. Most people do not have access to that. They have to deal with what's available in a store. Let's say Walmart, if you're going cheaper at $3.49 a pound. It's not as if I spend outrageous sums of money. I purchase almost everything in bulk. I go to a local farmer and say, hey, I want to purchase half a cow, which is, after trimmings, about 400 pounds of meat. And it comes out to be about $6.50 per pound on average for the ground beef, ribeyes, strip steaks, some tenderloins, what you'd expect with half a cow. Most people can't go out and do that. Once again, it's awfully affordable when you break it down into all the different cuts of meat you receive for that price. Because I know in my circumstance, if I really had to buckle shit down, I could make it work on $100 a week for myself, but I would be transitioning to fattier types of food, of which I'm not all too fond. I usually like leaner cuts of meat. I just better palate feel. Where do you shop, Rain? Because the prices which I'm pulling are based on Denver. On the cheaper end of, yeah. Is that Kroger brand? Or, because I'm primarily referencing Walmart for cheap prices if someone is very tight and wants to prioritize a minimally processed diet. And this all does really return to education, unfortunately. Our education system's horribly flawed. But it's not providing people the necessary life skills to be successful, whether that comes to their own finances, health, well-being. They're taught to test, and that's all that matters, unfortunately, to the education system, is how well they can test. Nothing else is too important. Oh, wait, shit. Oh, yeah, Kroger does have cheap eggs. 18 an 18 count of large white eggs is $2.68.
Wow,
It's not bad.
that's kind of crazy. But who's eating 18 eggs?
You can do a lot of things with scrambled eggs,
That's
omelets.
a lot of eggs.
That used
Dude,
to be
that's a shit ton of cholesterol. That's like a health violation.
No, it isn't.
No, that's good. That's like the good stuff.
And there's
You shouldn't eat more than like 7 eggs a week.
yeah, that's a load of shit. Cholesterol is one of the most integral biomarkers for mitigating inflammation for recovery purposes. But if an individual is sedentary and they have a hereditary predisposition for hyperlipidemia or cholesterol or elevated cholesterol levels, then yeah, you should be concerned about cholesterol intake. But as long as you're healthy, physically active, all the clinical data supports that cholesterol intake is not of concern unless you are sedentary or have hereditary predispositions for hyperlipidemia.
Interesting. Cool.
Lifestyle factors are awfully important for determining outcomes. I used to go through 12 to 18 eggs a day.
What?
Yeah. I also go through, I mean, that's not too outrageous. I also go through 4 pounds of chicken a day right now. 64 ounce. I mean, that Greek yogurt would last me 2 days.
See?
I mean, it's very similar to the narrative of, plant-based or Beyond Burgers are better than actual burgers. And it's, they're actually,
that's bullshit.
yeah, it's primarily the outcome is going to be calories in, calories out, and they are more calorie dense than a standard burger in most circumstances. It also doesn't taste as good. More ingredients doesn't always mean worse. However, I do think it is important to prioritize a minimally processed whole foods diet. And so that's inclusive to grains, vegetables, fruit, meat. You'll be healthy. The health outcomes are nearly identical. Anyone promulgating a narrative that the literature, but vegans are primarily, all the data says vegans are healthier. And the reason why is to be in a caloric surplus on a vegan diet, primarily consuming vegetables, is nearly impossible. It's really tough to do unless you're consuming a large amount of fat in that diet. Versus many individuals who are overweight or obese, primarily consume, are omnivorous. And what's inherently problematic with comparative studies and observational studies between vegans and meat eaters is if you look at the average daily caloric consumption, significantly higher. And when you have individuals with excess adiposity versus those of normal weight or underweight, the biomarkers are going to be drastically skewed for the worse on those that are overweight. Well, then you can easily manipulate the statistics. You don't even have to manipulate and say, well, vegans are healthier, that you should do X, Y, and Z. And it's no. And I guess what with the Walmart food list, there's not going to be much variation in that, but that's as close to a minimally processed diet as you could find at $30 a person per week. If that was the sole priority of minimally processed food, it can be done. Not ideal, but actually, do you know it's a cheap, great option? Which isn't. It can be made nutritionally all right. Pizza. Oh my God. I love a good pizza.
Oh, yeah. Actually, pizza is great.
Yeah, well, except for cheese.
Cheese is great for you. What are you talking about?
You could get cheap version.
Cost of cheese. Cheese is expensive, right? Like if you were to make nachos, nachos,
yeah,
just nachos and cheese, nacho chips, and you put cheese on it. That actually costs more at home to make than you can get it at a restaurant, is what I've calculated.
Depending on the quality.
Are you paying the wage of the people that cook the food for you at home, though?
No, but just say a nacho plate is $11 or whatever, right? To make it at home, it would cost like 12 or 13, give or take. It's not.
It's that expensive? The cheese?
Well, the cheese, yeah, because you use when you get it at the restaurant, you get a lot of cheese.
Yeah, but when you buy those the shredded cheese,
like $6 here.
No, I'm talking about the shredded cheese that's in those deli section, not the fresh cheese. Do you?
What do you mean, shredded cheese? Yeah, you pay more for it to be pre-shredded. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I thought those Ziploc bags, that hang by the meat. I thought those cheaper.
Yeah, those. No, I think it's more. I think it's more.
You call that cheese?
I know. I don't really call that cheese, but That is the cheese variety. Unless you buy like the, the raw form, like the block of cheese. The blocks of cheese are expensive, Harvey.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
On
you can
sale
go-
up here, they're like $4 or $5 now. So
Yeah,
US
that's expensive.
exchange, I don't know, it would be like, say, I guess $3 maybe or whatever, 3.5.
yeah, you can go to Tillamook, or you can go to Whole Foods and pick up a 8-ounce brick of Tillamook cheese, cheddar or whatever, for usually $4, $4.50 for the brick of it.
Trader Joe's. Did I tell you guys this? I don't know what I told. Trader Joe's has burrata for like $4.99. I want to say, and you get like two of them, like two of the burrata balls, like in the container. It's the best thing. It's like so, like obviously it's so versatile. Like you can put it on pasta and all of that. Maybe not nachos, but that's like it's so cheap.
Yeah, you can make a 10-inch pizza with decent ingredients for, if you're making it at home, for about $2.
All right, now
Well,
$2.
Well, yeah, that might be getting a little bit, but I mean, if you talk, one of the guys in here, actually, his family has a pizza thing,
Yeah.
and yeah, like they make pizzas for like $3 and sell them for whatever,
10.
12 or whatever.
10,
Yeah,
12,
yeah.
10, 7, 12, whatever it is, right? And that's really good margins that way. But you're buying bulk, again, we're getting back to this bulk cheese and a commercial purchasing.
What?
The cheese is probably not, it's almost designed to cook better, like for that situation, right? Like it's not,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if it's the, cheese, what's the best for you, but like when people are buying pizza, they don't really care about like it being good for them or healthy, right?
I
Um,
think
in
pizza
high
is
school-
pretty healthy. Like
Yeah,
I feel like
No, it is. In high school, I had one of those classes. It was like a dietary class, some bullshit fucking dietary class. And we said, so there was like, what was the best meal for breakfast? And the pizza.
chicken, obviously.
yes.
Chicken.
Well, it'd be chicken pizza, right? Chicken pizza would be the money, right? I actually love a good white sauce chicken pizza, to be honest with you. Like, what is it? Red onion or whatever? Red onion, black olives, white sauce, and the
Garlic.
chicken. Yeah, it's fucking gorgeous, man. I like thin crust as well with that kind of pizza. It's beautiful.
Yeah, but pizza, it's everything. Health is everything in moderation, primarily. But you look at pizza. If
Chicken
it's
wings, yeah.
if it's well made, it's literally should be, the dough is going to be bread flour, yeast, water, salt. Okay, straightforward. Your toppings, if you're making a pretty simple uncooked tomato sauce, is going to be, let's say, a 28-ounce can of San Marzano tomatoes, some salt, oregano, thyme, a little bit of garlic powder, and pepper flakes. Then your toppings are most likely going to be brick cheese or mozzarella cheese with maybe some Parmigiano Reggiano. There's your pizza. It is really straightforward, minimal ingredients. It only starts to become problematic when someone sits down and eats an entire pizza.
Well,
Because
yeah,
I
and
will-
you put the pepperoni is not like it's a great that's a processed meat if I've ever, you know what I mean, if they ever built one.
Well, it depends on what type of pepperoni.
Well, that's no, like I'm just saying, if you were to go and get a pizza slice off of the thing from the place, that's the pepperoni I'm talking about. It's just like this bullshit pepper. It's not, it's not like a Genova salami or some sort of,
That's why it depends on where you're purchasing the pizza.
Well, yeah. Well, if you make it at home, yeah, the cost may increase, but your quality is definitely going to.
What do you mean the cost is going to increase? If you have the ingredients and you plan to make numerous pizzas, so you make the dough balls, you make the tomato sauce, it comes out to be about $2 per pizza for 10
Then
ounce.
you're trading labor, right? You're trading that labor. Not a lot of people want to put that labor into that dough, right? They'll buy the pre-made doughs. and all that. That'd be like making your own tortilla chips for the nachos. Not a lot of people want to do that.
Making
That's
the
the other thing
dough.
too. The whole thing, the whole world. I don't know if you were. I guess maybe you weren't on early, but I have a saying, and it's like the general population is in a huge race to be the laziest they can. Like everywhere, like driving, every single thing that they do, they try and be the laziest they possibly can. Most people. And buying processed food and pre-buying a fucking, pizza bottom, right? Or a dough or whatever. Even though it's like it's already flattened out. You buy it up here and it comes like it's already everything. It's ready to go. You just got to put the sauce on the goddamn thing. Right?
Well,
Like,
you-
it's like it even comes in a pack where it comes with a little plastic fucking bag of fucking sauce and a handful of this and it's like
Well, yeah, that is more expensive. And I mean, if you didn't want to worry about the dough literally would take you 10 minutes to make, and that would give you 4 or 5 pizzas for a week. You can
the
go.
education of it too, right? Like a lot of people, they don't even want to spend the time looking it up on Google, how to make dough. They're like, oh, and then you got to get the raw ingredients, and it's like this big fucking deal. What they have? What is it? It's not skip the dishes. It's they send a whole meal package to you. Like, so it's like it's not skip the dishes. It's like
It's like something chef. It's like something chef.
There are numerous
Yeah.
services.
Yeah, and they give you all the ingredients, and they send you a box of food, and they're like, "Oh, this is make your life easy because now you have to like you don't have to worry about I need a pound of flour, I need or whatever you want to measure. Like, you know what I mean? I don't like I don't have that. And that roadblocks everybody. They're like, oh, I don't have that. It's kind of like again back to trading. It's like, oh, well, I can't do that. That's too much. That's too like, you know what I mean? And how do you eat a banana is you have to start with one bite, right? Like, so you have one ingredient, then obviously you pick, and you just keep collecting these ingredients because you're not going to use them. Like, a big bag of sage will last you how long, right? Like, or whatever. Or you buy a Costco bag of flour, right? Now that's taken care of for a month or a year, depending on Costco.
Anybody have any bias for the S&P right now? I think
Like hamster? Like today's action? Or are you talking about, what are you talking about?
next
Specs?
day, tomorrow.
Tomorrow is going to be
Like
that
today and
PCE, right? What time is that kick out?
8:30. An hour before
Oh, it's
open.
first thing? Is there
An
anything
hour
else
before
though?
open.
Yeah, I think we gotta
Anything
wait.
else in the morning, right? More Great Britain stuff. Some Italian stuff. At 6 a.m. Building permits tomorrow as well with that durable goods and the PCE all at 8:30. So what do they expect when they jam all this news together? Like clearly this is part of their plan. If you didn't want it to do something, you would spread this shit out a bit, wouldn't you? Again, back to being the laziest. Well, we can't do 2 meetings in one day because I got shit to do. I can't drive back here. What are you talking about? Right?
It's for efficiencies.
Exactly.
Get it all at once.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. It's like, yeah, because why? Why is it? Yeah, you can name it efficiency or you can name it. Yeah. I got a golf fucking thing at 2:00 in the afternoon is what I call it.
Tea time.
Can tell you a bigger
Yeah,
range.
and my fucking paycheck is on fucking deck, right? Sorry, say that again, Tim.
I can tell you a bigger range specs if you want.
Yes, please.
I think downside is 4758 60. No, wait, stop. That's correct. 48 is the bonus.
4758.
Yep, 58. And on the top side, you're looking for 03.
4803.
Yeah, I think that's the range for tomorrow.
I like
Could
4803.
happen.
I don't think it's bang on 4803, but I like 4803 area. Yeah, and the bottom range was already put in. Oh, what did you say on the bottom, Timmy? How far did you go?
58.
48?
58.
58, so way higher. So upper, yeah, we're gonna go up. Like
Yeah.
compared to today. Right.
How are you getting these
That's for
numbers?
sure.
Is it through options?
Mhm.
Magic. Like I said, the bottom was put in by NASDAQ this morning or yesterday, right? So
Mm-hmm. You told me it was going to go down today.
It did.
the day is,
And then it went back up.
yeah. And the day is still young. Don't
Ah,
worry.
man, it hasn't gone
Still-
anywhere. I mean, if you guys consider this down, you guys are trading so
Today,
No.
today, either SPX needs to either go above 40 or below 25 and confirm that for move in either direction.
You gotta imagine we just took or like whatever that move was, what is it in ES? It was quite a bit. Like that's 250 ticks. It's gonna need time to shake
Digest.
this hangover off. Yeah.
Jim, the levels you gave, the 4803 and the 4758, is that for SPX or?
No, that was already converted to ES.
Oh, nice.
SPX is 55 and 7010. 710.
All right, I'm gonna hop off. Because
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
probably going
See
to
you,
as well.
Retro.
see is
Yeah, me
back.
too. All right.
Have a nice
See you
holiday,
guys
by the
tomorrow.
way, guys. Yes.
Yeah,
Peace
see.
out.
Peace.
You're hopping off too, Harvey?
Yeah, probably soon.
Yeah, I think I'll close shop as well. I'm already in holiday mode.
Before I go though, tomorrow afternoon, like later afternoon, we'll have some gold and oil news. It will be Friday, so well, I don't know if it'll really do anything, but that's what I'm gonna be kind of.
Yeah,
I'll
depends
probably
on
be back today as well, around probably 2 or something like that. See if I can catch something.
All right. Well, have a good one.
All right, talk to you later.
Bye bye.
Oh no, everyone disappeared.
Yeah, I've stopped. I've stopped looking at the markets as well. I'm already in holiday mode.
I'm already in my content creation mode.
Content creation.
Yeah.
Wait, are you doing the creation, or does a little helper called ChatGPT
I'm
doing
kidding.
it?
Yeah. But in in all honesty, I really think the main good trade setups today. Short on NASDAQ at previous day's low before price dumped. So roughly around 960-ish. I had pending orders during Globex session. I was looking for that to hit. That ended up hitting during news. 30-point stop. What did I have for take profit? 80-point take profit. Could have let it ride a little bit more. A lot more, whatever. Fuck it. So I'm happy with that. ES wasn't great. I wanted price to come back up to similar position where it was on NASDAQ. I was looking for 4809. Didn't have that. And then I also was looking for 4796. Neither of those hit on ES. Let's go to gold. Has been boring. Fuck, my calf is cramping. This is a wild ride. Gold, yeah, it hasn't been much I've wanted to touch this week. Volume profiles are pretty consistent with relatively even distribution. Crude.
Oh, we have lots of gamma crush now actually on SPX above. If we get to 25 here on SPX, I think we can see a bit more downsides. And then actually 10 becomes a target. We're pretty skewed right now. But we need to get through 25 here.
Yeah, crude wasn't really presenting with all too much either. Let's see. Euro. I've had one trade this week on the euro. Because I only trade a zone once. Hypothetically, someone could have made a second attempt at 0983, but it touched there on Tuesday. Sold off. Yes. Not all too much. That is too great. Quiet. Kiwi. I wanted to see a pullback on the Kiwi this week in 61.38. It's not fucking happening.
If we accept here below 25, I'm thinking we're going down.
I ended up reordering the espresso machines.
See, I'm too. For that, I'm too lazy, actually. I just use my Nespresso machine. Fuck it.
Well, this is about as easy as the espresso machine, I would say.
Yeah. I'm gonna put the powder in, or I don't know. Does it
Oh
crush beans?
no, here, I will. All you have to do is decide the beans you want, and you're pretty much set to go. And it automatically grinds it. Once it's ground, you pull a lever, insert it, draws your espresso shot, you're finished.
Don't you have to compress it?
All you have to do with it literally integrates that. It pulls it, so it grinds it into whatever the handle is called, and then you just pull a lever here. I'll send a link. This should give you a gauge.
Page is not available in your region. Yeah, whoop de
Okay.
fucking do.
Let's try.
The fuck, I'm not getting even their .com page. Yeah, I
Let
think
me
we're
go
doing Domino's.
to. Because Breville is the U.S. entity, Sage is the European entity. So,
Oh, Sage espresso machines are actually well known.
oh yeah, and so in the U.S. it's they call it Breville.
The Oracle Touch. Oh yeah, I've seen those.
This isn't the Oracle. This is the. Let me go to Amazon then. You should be able to access this now.
I'm already on the Sage page.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure my uncle's got one.
Are you able to access this page?
Let's have a look. Yeah.
Okay. So you see that lever on the left-hand side?
That
All you
compresses
do is
it.
click this screen. If you want an espresso shot, it grinds it into the handle. I don't know the formal name. And then you pull the lever, move it over, and it pulls your shot. It's that simple.
So you pay, what do you pay, 1.5?
Yeah, 1.5. I ordered 2 of them as gifts.
Euro to USD. Let's see now.
Should be about 1.3 euro.
You overpaid 65 euros on my end here.
I paid what?
You overpaid 65 euros.
Well, here's the difference. Your price doesn't include VAT.
No, my price includes VAT. I don't have to. Oh, so it's right. You got VAT on top of your 1,500.
No, I don't. It's my state doesn't have. It has 4% or 5% sales tax. That's it.
Okay.
How much is the machine for you?
1.3.
Before VAT?
No, 1. After.
I'm curious. Now.
You don't advertise prices without VAT in Europe. That's something I don't understand why you're allowed to do that in the US, to be honest.
And then that's my biggest pet peeve is, X, we're selling for X, and then they add tax onto it. It's fantastic. Some states have 10% tax.
Yeah. That's so shitty.
I'm looking on the UK site right now. UK, it is £1,200.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, 1,520.
How much? 1.3?
Yeah, with current exchange, it would be 1,520. Or let's do. Because if I were in Europe, I would be in and around Sweden. So that would be the most accurate representation. 15,000 kroner. 1,484 US dollars. So whatever. I was going to go with the Oracle Touch, which has a double boiler, which is slightly more consistent. However, I didn't really see a need for that for most of my family members for the double boiler.
Yeah, to be honest.
It's still regardless, it's an excellent machine. But the $1,500 or $1,400 additional dollar price premium. If I was purchasing another for myself, I probably would go with the Oracle because why not? I don't really use it all too much, but I like having I like having the ability to manipulate more variables, such as the exact temperature which the coffee is extracted. It's primarily a fun little practical science experiment. But for most people, they don't care about being able to manipulate the exact temperature if they only drink coffee for every morning for more or less casual enjoyment.
Yeah, I think it's worth everything. You've got pretty fast to a point of diminishing returns.
Yeah.
And Piotr, now that we are under the low note, right? The white line. Now that we're under the low note, we should go to 410.
On QQQ.
SPX. 710. Sorry, 410.
The
Gamma low note though.
yeah, what was I about to say? Something about because we were discussing food earlier, I was going to mention, let's say a family has a dog or has this or that. I've actually found it significantly cheaper feeding your dog eggs and chicken scraps, and which is a healthier diet than the dry dog food or anything else, where you cook the eggs and a little bit of butter with maybe some chicken scraps or this or that. And it's about $1 a day to feed your dog. And that's assuming a modestly sized 35 kg German Shepherd.
Yeah, I like dogs, but I would never own one. It's too much of a hassle.
Oh yeah, you at a minimum need a house. And the reason I say that is it's a complete pain in the ass if you live in an apartment having a dog.
Oh, wow. I've got a big house. That's the problem. That's too much work. Yeah. Basically, the house is my mother's house. She got it from the grandma who died. And because she has the house on her own, she has to care of. I'm actually in that one right now, and I'm taking care of most stuff. It's also a way shorter road to work for me now, which is great. But yeah, a fucking house. I've got a whole garden that goes around the house, and yeah, fucking summers. I've got to do gardening, and oh come on, shit ton of work. I prefer a flat actually. Wow, there was a freaking big gamma attack yesterday in the last 10 minutes. I missed the whole day yesterday because I went watching a soccer game with my mates.
Which game?
You don't. European League, Bundesliga.
Okay,
I don't think you follow it.
I don't follow it, no, but obviously familiar with it.
Bayer Leverkusen, which is actually coached by Xabi Alonso, who you might know. Really famous Liverpool player, Real Madrid player.
No, not. I don't follow soccer too closely. I'm familiar with the leagues. So.
He turned coach and is basically my home team now. He's coaching my home team, and they are currently unbeaten in the season. And yeah, great stuff. I'm waiting since I was a little boy. I'm waiting for them to win the championship. And they might be able to do it this season.
I'm looking to see who's the highest paid player. Harry Kane.
Bayern Munich? Yeah, Harry Kane for sure. I think he's... But just his... it's like, what, 25 million? I think the advertisement contracts he's got, which should be probably at least that, if not more.
And their total salary payroll is 255 million.
Yeah. Yeah, but everybody hates Bayern Munich here in Germany because they've been winning the league for like 10 years straight now.
But that doesn't surprise me. I'm looking at one of the other teams, Augsburg, which they have a $24 million payroll.
Yeah, that's the big problem in Germany.
Is there's no salary cap?
No, that's not even the problem. The problem is exactly that we don't have the big money that's going into the Premier League or La Liga. That basically means that most teams just cannot compete with once you're big. And my home team is, well, we are kind of cheaters, right? Because Bayer, the one who produced Aspirin, you know that, who bought Monsanto, they basically sponsor my home team. So we can't compete with Bayern Munich in terms of salary, but we are as close as one can get, let's say.
Yes, the top paid player being 6 million euros.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the whole league just made a deal for like $1 billion in rights, and I think the Premier League gets like 8 billion per season. Yeah. So yeah.
What about Borussia?
Sorry.
What about the team Borussia Dortmund?
Borussia Dortmund, yeah. They actually had it in their hands last season to win the league, but they fumbled last game, lost against one of the worst opponents in the whole league, and Bayern basically won in the 89th minute in their game.
Because they have 126 million in payroll.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the biggest clubs here in Germany in terms of fans, definitely. And they got the stadium.
Oh my god.
It's rather a large stadium for European terms, at least.
How? I'm assuming Heidenheim is probably one of the worst teams.
It's actually they actually got promoted.
Okay, because their salary payroll is 10 million.
Yeah, they got promoted from second league. Well, they can actually say, because we've got lots of teams in the second league with really big stadiums. So I don't know, Heidenheim Stadium is like what, maybe 25,000 or so seats.
Okay.
And we've got teams in the second league which who's got stadiums of at least 50 to 60,000 seats. And we've got a big problem in terms of management and training staff and so on.
Would you say Hoffenheim is probably the third or fourth best team?
No, but they've got rather large money behind them.
Yeah.
So there's a big billionaire who supports them, and he's in the what's the English word actually? He owns a drugstore, one of the largest drugstores here in Germany.
Okay.
And he's actually owning a bit of BioNTech as well, and
Yeah, seeing the payroll disparity that there's a team with 10 million and then a team with 255 million.
Yeah. Doesn't make for great games.
No. Now let me see. At least I don't like baseball whatsoever, but I'm looking in the US. The lowest payroll is 40 million and the highest payroll is 225 million. The league average is 125 versus NHL. Almost all teams are within $15 million of each other because the salary cap is 84 million per team.
Unfortunately, I don't know much about baseball. I mean, I saw Moneyball once. It's
Yeah, but I don't like
great film. But the whole concept of just doing it stats-wise, right? Looking at the stats of the players and trying to build your team on is kind of a... it makes for a great movie, at least.
Let's look at the NFL. The NFL is actually probably closest in terms of margins. The lowest payroll is the 49ers with 198 million, and the highest is 233 million with the Denver Broncos. Interesting.
Is it competitive in terms of who's winning the league every season?
For the most part. I mean, there are consistently bad teams and good teams, despite the cap space being distributed how it is. It's going to be true of anyone. If you maintain a core group of players with good coaching, you're going to win more championships.
I mean, what's rather ridiculous about the NFL is those big-ass college stadiums. I can't get my head around those.
Yeah, that seat 100,000 people. I would agree.
Yeah. And then you've got those prude Americans and the whole cheerleading. How is that working out? I can't get my head around that as well. So on the one hand, you have no tits in any kind of movies or TV, but you got cheerleaders.
All right, I'm probably going to sign off and cycle in a few minutes, so I'll probably be on tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow will be my last day as well for the
All right,
foreseeable future.
Yeah, have a good morning, everyone, or afternoon, evening, anything. Yeah, take care.
Have a
Bye.
good one. Bye bye. You probably know all the stuff from Gagspot, right? They've got a few videos on it. So this one here. Thank you. And in the education videos, they talk about some of the stuff. By the way, Chow, does your data provider have options chain data?
Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Vol 411. I'm Jem Carson with Kai Volatility. Today, we're going to talk about the interesting change in market microstructure driven by 0 days to expiration options. More than 42 situation where 0 DTE options. 2022 are 0 D market makers and banks who are absorbing this liquidity are increasingly short gamma. That short gamma is reflexively leading to a hedging of short gamma by dealers and increasing realized volatility. This dealer positioning effect was also seen in short and meme names in GME, GameStop, etc. Those we saw were very illiquid and led to massive gamma squeezes. We are now beginning to see some of these effects actually filter down into the indexes and markets themselves. I would largely pay attention to the volume and the days when this volume is trading and the dealer positioning itself. This could have a very predictive effect in the level of realized volatility going forward. This is Jem Carson with Kai Volatility. And again, this is your Vol 411 for the day.
Hello everybody, I'm John, this is JP Strategic Investments, and today we're talking about gamma squeezes. Everything from how to identify when a gamma squeeze is happening to navigating one, whether you're a long-term investor trying to manage your position through a gamma squeeze, or whether you're a trader trying to actually trade in the stock as possible. It works. And there are a lot of great videos on YouTube that go into detail. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I do want to give you guys kind of the 1-minute description. Now, the first thing that you need with a gamma squeeze is usually a lot of options activity, usually call options, but a gamma squeezes can actually happen to the downside as well. And keep in mind, institutions and market makers are usually the ones selling these options. That's important because we'll get back to that in a second. The next thing that you usually need is some sort of catalyst, usually a fundamental thing, news that comes out about a stock, for example, Tesla announcing a stock split or crushing delivery numbers or something. something like that. That gets the stock moving, gives it some momentum, and really kicks off the gamma squeeze. Now, the next thing, let's get back to those institutions and market makers selling those options. When these institutions and market makers are selling call options, let's just stick with call options for a second, they need to kind of hedge their position. They like to remain what's called delta neutral. So what that means is they don't like to be overly exposed to a stock making larger moves. This means that if they're selling call options, they need to actually buy some shares of that same stock in order to kind of hedge their position. And the thing is, and this is where we get into the gamma in gamma squeeze, is that when a stock rises, the rate at which a call option increases in value actually increases, or it gets quicker. So let's say, for example, if a stock is here, institutions and market makers, to hedge the calls that they've currently sold, may have to buy 1 million shares of the stock. But if the stock moves up to here, then they might have to buy 2 million to hedge those same options, because the rate at which those options are increasing in value, or in other words, the rate rate that those institutions are losing money on those options if the stock goes up has increased. This means they need to buy more shares to hedge. This buying of shares puts upward pressure on the stock, which pushes the stock up even higher and forces them to buy. Puts increased. This means they need to buy more shares to hedge. This buying of shares puts upward pressure on the stock, which pushes the stock up even higher and forces them to buy more shares, and so on and so on. And that is, in a nutshell, a gamma squeeze. Now, the kicker here, especially with stocks like Tesla and other stocks that have a lot of retail investors in them, is a lot of times when good news like this comes out, let's say they crush delivery numbers, even more investors will buy call options. And now, not only are the institutions and market makers having to hedge the options they've currently sold, but they're having to hedge all of the new options that are being bought. And this can really push a gamma squeeze even higher. So that is kind of what a gamma squeeze is and how it works. Now, let's get into the first thing here, how to actually identify a gamma squeeze. Now, keep in mind, in order for a gamma squeeze to happen, we need a stock with a lot of options activity. And the way that you check this, what you want to keep an eye on is open interest. You can look at that pretty much on any platform you're using, any brokerage you have. You can check the open interest, and what you usually want to do is check the open interest at key levels on the monthly call options. And what I mean by that, the monthly call options would be the third Friday of every month. Those options expiring on the third Friday of every month, generally referred to as the monthlies. Those options you want to check at the key level. So with Tesla, for example, right now Tesla's trading at about $1,100, just under $1,100 a share. What I mean by key levels is you'd probably want to check the 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, maybe even 1,500, and see what kind of open interest you're seeing there. Usually you want high thousands to even 10,000s on those open interests there for a stock to really be susceptible to a gamma squeeze. squeeze. Now, the next thing, remember, is we need a catalyst, right? We need some sort of fundamental thing that is sparking this gamma squeeze that starts pushing the stock up dramatically. So again, that could be something like Tesla beating delivery numbers, could be something like an earnings report, anything like that that kind of gets the stock moving, gives it some momentum. So once you see that momentum start to build, you want to start to keep an eye on that open interest. Okay, is that open interest still high? Or if you haven't checked that open interest, maybe you see that spark in a stock, check that open interest, see what's happening. And the last thing here is you want to see the stock consistently moving higher, because remember, a gamma squeeze can last one day or it can last several days, right? It really just depends on the stock, depends on how many people are buying call options, how many people are taking profits on those call options, etc. That's one of the reasons why with Tesla stock in particular, a gamma squeeze for Tesla stock could last actually several days, because a lot of times the investors who are buying those call options think the stock is going to go much, much higher. And so even if the stock moves up 4 or 5% in a day, they'll hold on to that option and keep going. So again, what we're looking for with the gamma squeeze, and we're kind of sticking with call options here, but the same could be said for puts, is you want a lot of options activity and you want a catalyst that's kind of propelling the stock forward, and you want to see that stock consistently move up, either over the course of a day if you're trying to really day trade or do something like that, or over the course of several days. Just kind of depends on the situation. So that is kind of the basics of identifying a gamma squeeze. So let's say that we think a gamma squeeze is happening. What's the next step? How do we navigate this gamma squeeze? Well, if you're a long-term investor, my personal opinion, if you're long-term investing in a stock, you have a 2, 3, 5-year bullish thesis for the stock, I wouldn't mess around with a gamma squeeze. I just ride it out. If it makes you a profit in the end, it makes you a profit. If the stock moves up significantly and you want to trim your position a little bit, by all means, you can do that. You do have to manage your portfolio, right? You may not want one stock to become over a certain percentage of your portfolio. And so if you have to do that, do that. But for the most part, I would say if I'm long-term on a stock and a gamma squeeze is going on, unless I really want to trade it as well, I'm generally staying out of it. Now, if you are a short-term trader, if you're a momentum trader, day trader, etc., and you want to take advantage of a gamma squeeze, well, there are several different ways you can do it. You can buy calls, you can buy shares, you can do a variety of things. Now, there's a couple things to keep in mind with a gamma squeeze that may make some strategies better than others. First of all, with a gamma squeeze, generally you're seeing a lot of volatility in a stock. You're seeing a lot of momentum, which can make options more expensive. So buying calls, unless you got in before the gamma squeeze happened, may not be the best strategy, but it can definitely work, especially if the gamma squeeze is lasting multiple days. But another strategy that you can use that is a little limited as far as the stocks that you can use it on, but in my opinion is a better strategy.
In 2007, we felt called to start a church right in our living room. We knew that in order for our church to grow,
with a gamma squeeze is a covered call. And again, with a covered call, you need to have enough money to buy 100 shares. And obviously with stocks like Tesla that have high share prices, unless you have a lot of money in your portfolio, you probably can't buy the full 100 shares. But for other stocks that may be trading at $10, $20, or $50, depending on your portfolio size, those might be good targets. And the reason I say a covered call is a great strategy is because you still get to take advantage of the rising stock price with the 100 shares, but you also take advantage of the high premiums for the call options. And so, a stock that's trading at $20 a share, maybe you buy the 100 shares and you sell a $22 call, right? Or a $25 call, depending on how much you can get for those premiums, you could actually make money on the call and the shares depending on where the stock goes. And it's a nice hedge. If the gamma squeeze starts to end, you still have kind of that buffer with the call that you sold. against your share. So that's kind of what I would do, probably my favorite strategy with a gamma squeeze if I'm going to trade it. But again, there are limitations as to which stocks you might be able to use it on. Now, if you do decide to trade a gamma squeeze, there are a couple things that you should keep in mind. First, you want to keep an eye on that open interest. If that open interest starts to decline, that could be a sign that the gamma squeeze is fading. So keep an eye on that. The other thing you want to keep an eye on is the key technical levels within the stock, right? Levels of support and resistance on the chart. Because after that initial bump from the fundamental catalyst, the stock usually starts to trade more on its technicals. And so what you want to do is keep an eye on key resistance levels that the stock might be getting close to, because those are points where the gamma squeeze might start to fade and points where you might start to look at taking profits. So keep an eye on those when you are trading if you do decide to trade a gamma squeeze. And lastly, how do we know when it's going to end? What happens when it ends? How far is the stock going to drop? Things like that. Well, first of all, what happens when a gamma squeeze ends is you have options traders taking profits, meaning they're closing out those contracts. And when those contracts get closed, those institutions and market makers that bought the shares to hedge against the contract they sold no longer have to keep those shares, and so they sell them. All those shares being sold puts downward pressure on the stock, and the stock tends to drop pretty significantly as a gamma squeeze ends. So, what do you want to keep an eye on? Changes in open interest. You want to be watching again to see if that open interest is starting to fade back to normal levels. That is definitely a sign that the gamma squeeze is ending. Again, the other thing you want to keep an eye on is technical levels, because just as when a stock is starting to approach resistance, that could be an area where the gamma squeeze is going to start to fade. What we want to look at as far as where the stock might bottom after a gamma squeeze is key levels of support, because that's where stock tends to gravitate towards after a gamma squeeze or as a gamma squeeze is ending. Are those kind of gravitate towards a gamma squeeze is key levels of support, because that's where stock tends to gravitate towards after a gamma squeeze or as a gamma squeeze is ending. Are those kind of key levels of support, whether horizontal or angled, whatever you're looking at with whatever stock you are trading. So that is kind of the basics here as far as how to identify a gamma squeeze, what ways you can possibly trade it, how to navigate it.
Everybody, Flux here, and today I'm going to be making a quick little gamma squeeze explained video. I'm going to try keeping this as simple as possible, so even let's get into it. Let's say young Warren Buffett, $20, decides to buy young Warren go up. We got the market liquidity to the markets. Maker sold young Warren Buffett this contract. He's now delta negative. For the market maker, this is a big no-no. The market maker is in the business of selling equities and options, and he makes his money off of the bid-ask spread. He doesn't make money by scamming Timmy out of his money by selling him these shitty-ass options. He's just here to make his money through providing liquidity. So him being delta negative is not good. The market maker wants to be delta neutral. He doesn't want to be delta negative or delta positive. And since he sold this options contract to young Warren Buffett, he's delta negative. He needs to buy shares in order to become delta neutral. In most cases, what's going to happen is the market maker is going to turn around to the open market and buy shares of AB that he just sold. This right here is to if ABC sits around 10, it's random on the hook of buying 2 million contracts of ABC.
What's going on, guys? Brian here. Today is Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022, and the market is closed. Jumping right into it, we're going to be focusing on just Tesla for today's video and mostly talking about the options chain as well as how you can spot a potential upcoming gamma squeeze. Some of you guys might know this as a short squeeze, but usually it's the options market that's driving a squeeze like this to happen. It's also known as a convexity squeeze, but I'm going to try and keep this video a little bit more simple than some of the other ones. Now, as we look at Tesla on the daily time frame, I have a few key levels marked off. We have the 800, we have the 950 level, and we have the 1000 level. Tesla has rallied over 30% in 1 week right here, over 240 points, 235 points or so, give or take a few, right? As we look at this, this is a move that's statistically not normal. We can see Tesla has been a stock that has done this on numerous occasions before, and it ends up catching option sellers in trouble. Now, why would option sellers choose to sell calls down here last week? Let's kind of rewind for a second and think about the narrative of what's been going on in the market. If we actually pull up a study, and let's put on the implied volatility study for Tesla and take a look at something, because this is also important. If you can understand your opponent, or if you can understand the person on the other side of the trade, you can understand when they're in trouble, and you can use that to your advantage whenever you're trading. If we take a look, this was last week right here. Tesla's implied volatility was over 75%. And then we can see this week it dropped down to 60%, and now it's hovering around 66%. So anyone that was selling options in this vicinity here last week was essentially collecting a decent premium for doing so. And if you're an option seller, it's in your interest to sell options that are pretty elevated because you're hoping to collect on that premium. On top of that, if we were to take a look at the VIX and zoom in for a second here, we can see that the VIX had a serious sharp sell-off also. So the VIX is down over 30%. And if you didn't know, whenever the VIX is down, that drops the value of options across the board. Now, selling options whenever the VIX is pretty high is a strategy that a lot of advanced or experienced option sellers do. So anytime the VIX is over this level or over 30, it pretty much means people are buying options for an inflated price. So if we jump back to Tesla and we think of those two concepts, let's take a look at the chart right here. Anybody looking at Tesla last week and it being below 800 or around 800 or even around 820 would be telling themselves, what's a safe call to sell? Because option sellers are pretty much always selling calls and puts. Whenever you sell a put, it's because you think the stock price is going to stay above that put by expiration. And whenever you sell a call, it means you think the stock is going to stay below that strike price by expiration. Now, whenever you sell a call and a stock price is rallying, you're going to be in serious trouble because you, in theory, have an infinite risk potential. There's no ceiling on how much you can actually lose whenever you sell a naked call option. Now, why would people sell the 1000 strike? As we just established before, Tesla has rallied over 200 points. That's not something it does within a 1 week time frame, or even within a 2 week time frame. It's very rare to see. As we zoom out, we can see it has gone on impressive runs before, and each of these have been gamma squeezes. So this was a gamma squeeze right here. I actually did a YouTube video on the gamma squeeze that occurred right here as I swung calls from this time frame into this time frame right here. It was a 1 day hold. It was an overnight hold, actually. It was a great trade. And this was another gamma squeeze that occurred right here. And then we had one that occurred right here also. So what we're experiencing is another one. Now, the thing is, if we pull up the options chain, how do we know that this is likely to be a gamma squeeze? There's something, let's also backtrack for a second and take a look. This is the strike price in which we're talking about, which is the 1,000 call that's expiring on this Friday. And we can see the open interest is 20,000. As we scroll up the options chain, we can see that there's nothing with that high level of open interest, as well as if we were to scroll down, we can see there's nothing of that level of open interest. Now, whenever there's one strike price on the options chain that has that high open interest and you don't really see anything else matching it, that's one way to interpret it, as if there's naked option sellers there. Because generally, whenever you see a spread, there's usually going to be another strike price above that strike price that has a matching open interest. So say, for example, if we were to take a look at Tesla for next week, and let's scroll down here and see if we see anything that matches. So right here, okay, so we see this 2,000 open interest, 2,000 open interest. This can be interpreted as someone running a bear call spread, which means they're selling the 1050 call, and then they're also buying the 1,100 call as a hedge. So in other words, as Tesla starts rallying and rallying, as long as it remains below 1050, they'll profit. They're buying this call as a hedge, essentially, for that call, and they're doing it by way of a spread. It's one of the core vertical spreads in the options market, or one of the core option strategies out there. Now, as we scroll, let's just see if we see anything else of significance that might be matching. We can see 1,000, 1,000. You see these numbers also kind of match. So if someone was to essentially run an iron condor, they might sell this put, buy this put, and then they'll sell this call and buy this call. And they're pretty much saying, as long as Tesla remains within these two strike prices right here, this is going to be their max profitability zone.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders an expanding library filled with new online videos, courses, and
Now, if we go back to this week's expiration, as we just looked at, there's nothing else that's matching this level. Now, why would someone sell a naked call option on Tesla? There's a ton of reasons, and again, there's no way to know for sure this. This is just one way to think about it, because usually, again, this is unusual to see just one strike price with that much open interest on a single expiration. And it's not even like if we jumped into the next week, we don't see the 20,000 popping up there. Also, there are different services out there. So say, for example, there's different options flow services out there like Quant Data and Flow Algo, and I think Cheddar Flow, and even OptionStrat has a very simple live flow scanner and things like that. But this is an example of a spread here. And usually whenever a spread will go through, it ends up being submitted and it goes through as one order. So this case right here, this is a short put condor, and you can see that the quantity is 80. So that means for each of these strike prices, this 700 put, this 650 put, this 850 put, this 500 put was all submitted by one person, one order, and it's 80, 80, 80, 80, 80. That's how you know it's a spread. If we jump back to this here, again, there's not really any evidence of that being shown on the options chain here. And as we circle back, there's something else to also talk about, the deltas on these options. So this option right now has a 0.46 delta. However, last week when Tesla was trading around 800, that call had nowhere near that high of a delta. It more than likely had a delta closer to 10 or 8.08. As we take a look at this, let's just say Tesla was trading at 1,000 right now. We can see that after hours it's not at 1,000, but let's just say it was at 1,000, and we looked 200 points higher, which would put it around here, and we take a look at the delta on that option. It's 0.02. Now, some people use the deltas as a proxy for the probability of success that this contract will expire in the money. So what that means is, by this having a 0.02, it means Tesla has a 98% chance of closing below 1,200 by this expiration, which is in 3 days or this Friday. 98%. So if you're an option seller, you're telling yourself, hey, I can just sell this option and collect 66 cents in premium, which is $66 in credit. That's a very easy, high probability strategy. However, you're taking on tremendous risks, because there's nothing to say Tesla won't close at 1,250. That's going to make everyone selling this option, which statistically has a very high odds of playing out, very nervous as Tesla is continuing to rally. Now, last week, this call obviously did not have a 46 delta as we just established because it was nowhere near close to being at the money. So let's take a look at the following week calls, and then let's also move 200 points up, and let's take a look. So we'll see right here, this call has a delta of 0.07. So if you're an option seller, you're pretty much telling yourself this has a 90% chance or more than 93% chance of expiring out the money. So you can come here and you can say, I'm going to sell this call for $3.20. Now the thing is, at the beginning of this video, we took a look at the IV on Tesla, and Tesla's IV was 10% higher last week. On top of that, the VIX was also higher. So we knew the implied volatility for the entire options market was higher than it normally is. So this call was, in other words, selling this call last week would have been a great thing to do if you're taking a high probability success trade. Now, the problem with the Greeks on the options market is they can't account for technical analysis. They can't account for breaking news. They can't account for unforeseen or unexpected events. It's implying certain moves based on the Greeks and based on a very complex mathematical formula that's being calculated, thankfully, by the softwares in which we use to trade. So with that being said, if you decided to sell this 1200 call, you're actually taking a high probability trade. However, everyone that sold the 1000 call last week who thought they were taking a high probability trade, they took a look at the options chain. We don't know when these contracts were actually written and sold to everyone, but this is very dangerous in this case because there's no sign of evidence with it being a spread. On top of that, we can see the insane amount of volume that's happening here. So if we jump over and compare Tesla on the left-hand side and Tesla on the right, here's the 15-minute time frame. And actually, let me just jump here and let's just switch this over to this so we can see the levels. So as Tesla is last week Monday down here, and we take a look at this call was going for levels. So let me just jump here and let's just switch this over to this so we can see the levels. So as Tesla is last week Monday down here, and we take a look at this call was going for 60 cents. Again, a very, very high probability trade. You're selling a call to $200 points again last week here, and let's try Tesla on the right. Here's the 15-minute time frame, and actually let me just jump here and let's just switch this over. To this so we can see the levels. So as Tesla is last week Monday down here, and we take a look at this call was going for 60 cents. Again, a very, very high probability trade. You're selling a call 200 points higher that expires within 2 weeks on Tesla, and you're thinking you're pretty safe. There's no real reason to hedge this. However, as Tesla starts squeezing and rallying with the market, traders start running into trouble. So as of Friday morning, we can see a ton of volume starts coming in here. And then on top of that, this is momentum traders coming in, establishing that there's going to be some sort of risk for option sellers for their strike price because there isn't much evidence showing they have too much protection. Now, what happens if you're an option seller? I've sold naked call options before, and I can tell you it's one of the most terrifying things if you're not prepared to buy the shares to actually offset your risk. Whenever you sell a call, so let's just say I was to sell this same call right here, this 1,000 call for $21 right now. I'm essentially safe as long as Tesla stays below $1,021 because that's how much premium I'm collecting. So I'm giving myself 21 points of runway. How